detailed for me? Do I really need to be that concerned? But that's the answer as to where are those things coming from. They're coming from the outside. Even if you kept your doors and windows closed, you're still going to smell that smoke that's from the outside. And whatever that smoke is carrying, you're actually going to be breathing.
You know, I'm in New Jersey, and we were directly affected by the smoke coming out of Canada from the fires. And 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun's high in the sky. We went through 3 days of not a cloud in the sky, and it looked like sunset. I have some incredible pictures of that. But because of that, you know, trying to close up your house and make it airtight doesn't seem to work either. There's got to be a balance. There's got to be some way that you can survive inside and out other than just running away from the entire part of the country.
Well, I wish there was an easier answer, but there really isn't. I think that you do have to do the best you can to seal up those cracks and crevices with weather stripping, with caulking. They make a little product called a door saddle that fits on the bottom of the door, where you can slide that down and tighten up the threshold so that there's not air coming in from underneath the door. I think once you do that, of course, as we've always said, it's got to be a holistic solution. That's at least part of the problem. But if you can take the time to seal off some of those entry points where the smoke is coming in from the outside, then you can address the indoor air quality with good filtration, good purification, those kinds of things that are more proactive in terms of oxidizing those contaminants that are in the air. So it definitely can be done. I think it's just maybe a little more effort than most people are willing to take. I think they'd almost rather go to the mall.
You know, during those 4 days that we had the really bad smoke conditions here, I have monitors all over the place. I have outside monitors, inside monitors for my air quality and conditions. And I have one unit called a Foobot, which I know you're familiar with, in my office. I intentionally in my office did not run air purification, and I had a door open. I was keeping it open to the outside. The thing was glowing so bright orange. You probably saw it from Louisiana. You know, it was just, the air quality was absolutely awful. In the house, where I kept doors, windows closed, and ran a lot of purification technologies, very proactive stuff, it was really fine. There was no odor inside the house. Whether I think we went a little bit on the positive pressure side, which would have helped with that also, keeping everything out. But there was a tremendous difference with that. I have graphical readings that I actually show in an interview with Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner that shows in the morning, before the smoke hit the first day, everything was very low, almost not detectable on outdoor air quality. And as it hit, it spiked really high and stayed there for almost 4.5, 5 days. Slowly started to go away. But, you know, it went away. And again, people go back to the out of sight, out of mind philosophy. I don't see this going away. There's a film all over everything that's out there, from the smoke, the ash that was out. What kind of concerns are there for long-lasting effects from the stuff that people have breathed in and what's still out there?
Well, I think I think that's a really good point. Of course, I'm not a medical doctor, but I do know that people who are breathing poor quality air over a long period of time typically are going to have some pretty negative health effects. I mean, you think about all the people that have suffered from their efforts to solve the problems during 9/11, all of the people that suffered after Hurricane Katrina, and they were in these contaminated environments working, and they weren't protecting themselves at all. You know that there's got to be some long-range concerns about those contaminants that are still hanging out. So I think the key is, for me, would be to do the best I can while it's going on right now, but do the best I can to keep the surfaces clean, to keep the air clean, to keep the air purified and filtered, to do the best I can now so that I can offset the potential for what might be a buildup of contamination over a long period of time. I remember reading several years ago in Reader's Digest about 43 of which are carcinogenic. And the article went on to say, interestingly enough, that secondhand smoke that a person would be breathing who's not smoking was in some cases more dangerous than the person who was smoking, that it was affecting the person who was breathing that smoke worse than it was affecting the person who was actually doing the smoking. So I think there's a lot for us to learn long term, but at least to begin with, I think the answer is, what can I do right now to make sure that I'm creating the cleanest environment that I possibly can? Because one of the things that I do have control over, may not have any control over what's going on outside, but I certainly have control over what's going on inside. And you know as well as I do that there are ways that we can do that will make sure that we're breathing the best air that we can breathe in spite of what's going on outside.
I just want to change directions real quick because I did another episode with Dan Reese. He's let me get his title. He is a wildfire strategist and an aviation advisor dealing with wildfires. And we spoke at length about some of the things that are going on out there, the lack of education, what people don't understand and know. And I said, what are you concerned about? And he talked about the two different types of wildfires. One is where it's burning a forest, putting smoke in the air from the trees, the brush and stuff like that. The other type is when it's burning a forest and starts burning homes and businesses and factories and putting all of these other unknown chemistries in the air.
Right.
It takes it to a whole nother level. Now, in my area, they were talking about every news channel wearing your N95 mask or your N100 mask. Well, that's fine for larger particulates, but it's not going to do anything for the gases or the chemicals that are in the air. They go right through it like you're not wearing a mask whatsoever. Where's the concern on that?
Yeah, I think we know that, don't we? I mean, we all went through COVID where we were wearing masks, and yet we could still smell a lot of what was going on around us, and the heavy perfume that somebody was wearing. So I think we got a pretty good education on the ineffectiveness of masking for smallest particles, the smaller submicron particles, and for the gases that are in the air. So again, I don't know that there's an actual solution. I mean, I'm not the kind of guy that's going to walk around outside in a hazmat outfit, But the truth is that I think the recommendation that they made about staying inside is really not a bad one. If you can stay inside and you can control the air that you're breathing inside, if you don't have to go outside, then there's not a reason to, because you're exactly right. I think the thing that concerns me about these kinds of fires are all of the other contaminants that are in the air besides just the wood burning particulate.
Absolutely. And, one final comment on the masks. Wearing a mask is going to help, but you can't get that full sense of security saying, oh, I'm wearing a mask, I'm protected, because you're only protected from some of the larger particulate, not the gases, the chemicals, and everything else, just like viruses would go right through a mask. So that's a definite concern. So without rebuilding your house, preparing for the next time the wind shifts and blows the fire smoke this way, which it's going to happen again, just because of weather conditions and everything else, what can people do?
Well, so several years ago, you probably remember the Colorado fires, and we had a lot of contact with some folks that actually lived there. In fact, one of our real good friends lost their family cabin from the Colorado fires. They lived in Colorado, but they also had a separate place, which was their cabin, and it just burned to the ground. And as soon as those fires started, we sent them some proactive air purification technologies. And I don't know how much you want to talk about that, or if you've got other people you want to talk about those technologies. But I'll tell you that I'm convinced that that's one of the first things that somebody could do to deal with the particulates and the chemicals and the odors, something holistically, proactively that could be put in the environment to actually purify the air. So I think those two things kind of go hand in hand. One is do the best you can to seal up the environment with, again, weather stripping, caulking, saddles on the doors, exterior doors to close up the thresholds and keep those tighter. Put on insulators on the electrical outlets to make sure you're not pulling air in from the wall cavities. Those kinds of things to me is absolutely a first step. And then the second step would be make sure that I've got really, really good air purification technology, something that's got a good HEPA filter, got a good PCO technology or ionization technology that's going to get rid of those chemicals and those odors and those particulates. Something holistically, proactively dealing with the air quality. That's where I would be.
I agree with you completely. Actually, I did an interview for one of the segments with Michael Pinto. I think I may have mentioned that. And besides just talking about the sensitized individuals, we talked about, and I don't want to talk too much about the episode, but a safe room. You know, just like you would have for a tornado or a hurricane or a severe event going on, one smaller area that you can protect even more than the other areas. And that's something else you can do depending on your situation.
You know, the interesting thing about this is just from every kind of, like I said, I'm not a health professional, but I do know that one of the reasons why we do so well when we sleep well is because when we sleep well, it builds up our immune system. It strengthens us when we get a really good night's sleep. And I feel the same way about our indoor environments. If I can create a safe environment in which I can breathe good quality, clean air, at least as good as I can, compared to what might be going on outside, or just like drinking purified water over a long period of time, when I'm exposed to that bad water at the restaurant or somewhere else, one time, it's not going to affect me because my immune system is strong enough to be able to deal with those periodic times that I'm having to deal with contamination. So I think in the long run, it's creating a lifestyle in which I'm creating the cleanest, healthiest, safest indoor environment I can for myself in every way that I can, so that when those times come where I can't control the environment, at least my defenses are up to a point and my immune system is strong enough that I can deal with those issues. And I think that's the idea of the safe room. I'm big on creating a safe house.
And I agree. You know, it's like layers of an onion. You just keep putting more layers of protection out there to help and keep you in the best possible situation that you can be in.
That's right.
So Mayor, I believe it was Adams from New York City, talked about good filters or putting a filter in their house. Again, it's a step, it's a layer, but does it really deal with all of it?
No, and I think that's sometimes the wrong impression is left. I remember back during COVID, you probably remember too, Dr. Fauci talked about going and getting a filter. Nothing wrong with getting a filter. I mean, a HEPA filter is a HEPA grade filter is a great product to use to take larger particulate out of the air. In some cases, smaller particulate, depending on how effective it is. But in terms of indoor air quality, there's got to be something in addition to that will actually oxidize a lot of the smaller chemicals and viruses and those sorts of things. So I think you've got to take it to the next level, and that's the idea of having more holistic solution than just having a filter. I kind of laughed the other day, Lance. I was looking at somebody that had actually built an air purifier. This was their concept of an air purifier. They took 4 filters and taped them together, large filters like you would have in your air conditioning system. They took 4 of them, taped them together in a box, like a cube, and then put a box fan on top of it. And they said, see, we're sucking the air through the filters and now everything's great.
You know, it's that dual track or partial logic that people fall into. You know, the people that were wearing the paper towel masks when COVID came out. See, I have a mask on.
Exactly.
Yes, you do. Is it doing anything for you? No. And that's kind of where we're at with this. People have to be very cautious as to their information sources. I mean, the internet's out there for everybody, but somebody says, here's a widget that'll take care of this for you. Well, it takes care of a part of it, but is that enough? Is that enough for you to now say, I'm wearing my paper mask and I'm going to go out into the smoke-filled environment because I'm wearing my mask? It does nothing for your eyes or even filter anything. So it's a concern that, people look for reliable sources of information, and think through the process. Again, the dirty glass of water, the cloudy water, you're not going to drink that, but if I filter it, the chemicals are still going to be in there. You're just not going to see the sediment that makes it look bad. Same thing with the smoke. The statistics as of now on the fires in the United States and in Canada separately, they both burn between 6.5 and 7.5 million acres of forest a year. It's a massive amount. To date, not even 6 full months through the year, Canada's burned almost 9.5 million acres. So it's 1.5 times in 6 months instead of 12 what they've burned so far. California right now has had a shift in weather. I was just talking, like I said, with Dan from California, and he says that the weather out there is gorgeous. It's cooler, it's not that hot, but that's going to change. And this is just what's happening. In the Northeast, we haven't had rain here in 3.5, almost 4 weeks. It is bone dry out. A small brush fire right now could become a very large concern. And again, the air quality, the ash that's already out there, the film on the cars, the film that people keep stirring up when they walk out there, we're still breathing that, even though it looks nice out. So keep that in mind.
Well, I wish people would talk more about indoor air quality and as much as they talk about outdoor air quality, because again, indoor air quality is something that you can control. Outdoor air quality, a little more difficult.
Well, what the biggest problem that we've always talked about with indoor air quality is people become nose blind. 5 minutes in your environment, you don't smell the odor that somebody coming over would say, "Oh, what is that smell?" You go, "What smell? What are you talking about?" And outdoors is completely different because it's so large. It's not where you feel closed in and you're breathing, which is fine. The only time people complain is when they see the yellow forming on their cars from the pollen, when those pollen seasons hit. But other than that, people take it for granted that it's always going to be there for them.
Yeah.
That's the false sense of security of the paper mask, or it's always going to be good until it isn't.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, I think we've got an opportunity to address this in a very positive way. And the truth is that if people would take the time to create cleaner, safer, healthier indoor environments, that's going to be long lasting. And that's going to help them in a lot of different ways when the next issue comes our way.
Absolutely. Doug, I appreciate you spending the time with us here today. And
great to talk to you.
And we will chat again in the future.
All right, man. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Okay, everybody, we're back here live again at the expedition. I have another interview to do, and we're going to be talking with Mark from Respirari Labs, correct?
That is correct.
All right. What was your last name?
Rataco.
Yeah, I knew what it was. I was going to try to say it, so bear with me on that. So tell us about the company.
So I always think it's helpful to give a little background information about myself. I had a mold remediation business up in Portland, Oregon. Started that in 2011. Very fortunate enough to sell that in 2022. And at the time, we were doing about 4,000 mold remediation and assessment jobs a year. And one of the frustrating parts for me was, as an owner, we had individuals that no matter what we did, there's something in that space that was making them sick. And we couldn't determine what that was. It didn't matter whether we did, indoor air quality, VOC canisters, brought in industrial hygienists. There is something they couldn't go back in. Looking back at it now, there's probably mycotoxins left behind after the remediation.
And that's something new to this industry, at least mainstream.
It absolutely is. I mean, a lot of individuals, especially with remediators, don't even know what mycotoxins are. We haven't been really trained on it. We don't know how to assess for it, and we certainly don't know how to remediate it. And that's where this lab comes in. Now we can verify whether they're in the indoor air, and then verify if the remediation protocols for these mycotoxins are actually removing them.
Okay, and I've heard that some of these mycotoxins almost act like tar balls. They're sticky. They're hard to get off of surfaces.
Yeah, they're very sticky. And, one of the things, because now that we're able to test the indoor air, we were able to determine actually how they're becoming airborne. And a couple of ways that we saw was one, through the evaporation process, we're drying down these structures. Most of the mycotoxins are hydrophobic. They're going to sit on that water molecule and they're being released into the air through that evaporation process. We also tested a lot of, HEPA scrubbers. Most of the ones that we tested, we didn't find one that were actually removing the mycotoxins. They're actually increasing it. I'm sure there's something out there that actually works. We just haven't been able to find that and verify it. And then the interesting thing is, in order to get them out of the indoor air, what we did find that works was actually dehumidification. So dehumidifying the environment, actually removes it from the indoor air. So there are methods to actually, test if it's there and then also see if it can be removed, down to acceptable levels.
Well, that seems like an entirely new path for training, because that's contra to, I guess, everybody air scrubbing.
Like I said, there may be some air scrubbers out there that actually work. We just haven't been able to validate them yet. And I'm hopeful that there are. The more methods we have to remediate these mycotoxins, the better the industry is going to be. I really think the industry has to start looking at mold and mycotoxin remediation, not only on the testing side, but also on the remediation side. Otherwise, we're potentially opening up ourselves to liability.
So do you still do remediation work now?
No, thank goodness I no longer have to do remediation.
No more. Just consulting at this point? Or are you trying to avoid that too?
No, trying to avoid that too. Our goal is just to be a lab, but because we're a lab and we're actually the only lab here that is actually testing using our system for airborne mycotoxins, I get a lot of questions on how to, remove them from protocols, things of that nature, products. We don't want to be in that position. That's why we're excited about our partnership. We're working with Normie to help get protocols down that everybody can have some success.
Well, it's an exciting new field, the way I look at it. I mean, I've been doing remediation for about 20 years, or assessment and remediation work. And this is something new that's come up, and it's become part of the vocabulary that even the customers are using.
It certainly is. I mean, right now we're getting a lot of people who are actually, going to functional medicine doctors. They're doing a urine or blood sample, and they're coming back with elevated levels of mycotoxins. And they really need to determine whether it's the environment that's causing the issue, whether it's something they're ingesting, or maybe it's at their workplace. And this test allows them to help make those determinations.
Well, that's exciting stuff. I mean, it's something that's needed. We know that even the sensitized individual population has grown 5-fold from what it was, just 10 years ago. So it's the way we build, the way we live, the things that we do. And this is all stuff that's needed, and it's exciting. We're right on the edge of this new stuff.
Absolutely.
So, Mark, thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me on. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks.
Take care.
When you start on the pathway toward professional success, you have to know what the goal is and how to get there. Normie exists to help in that process. It's not just about taking a class to get a license, but also about starting on a pathway to professional success. Whether you want to work for yourself or be the best qualified employee on the team, this path will take you there and help you succeed. Pick a track, click on the class, and get your journey started. Normie is here to support you all the way to become the Normie Pro professional you want to be.
We hear about it in the news. It's an issue that we all want to be aware of. We need to be aware of it, especially in the cleaning industry. What are we talking about? Meth contamination in facilities. We know what happens. Today's episode is going to spotlight what we need to know right now in the cleaning industry. With me today is Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, the Senior Director of GBAC, and also Scott Vogel, the Chief Operations Officer with EmergiClean in New Jersey. And I'll say this before I let them talk. They have a lot of initials after their names. I don't have any, so I'll just ask the questions. So, Gavin, Scott, welcome.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. Thanks for having me.
Well, let's get right into this because we want to help the industry. Gavin, let's start with you. Why is meth contamination cleanup in facilities, that topic, so important for us?
It's back in the media, Jeff. Drug use in public spaces is everywhere. It happens. We know that. But more importantly, exposure to drug residues is a known risk for every cleaning professional. And I just wanted to highlight, Jeff, what's happened in the news this week. And again, I'm going to start off by saying this is not a problem in public libraries. It's a problem everywhere, in every space that we in the built environment. So in the news this week, the Englewood Public Library in Colorado was temporarily closed due to meth contamination after tests showed exhaust vents were contaminated with meth. Now, this is important, above the Colorado state threshold levels. So you might think, why was this library tested? Well, because another library in Boulder a few weeks ago, about 35 miles from Englewood, was recently closed due to meth contamination. Now, the tests that were done on January the 6th at Englewood Library were done as a proactive measure. The results showed the restrooms exceeded state thresholds for methamphetamine contamination, but there are other spaces in the library that reflected lower levels of contamination, but they were still contaminated with meth. And I just wanted to highlight for everyone, Jeff, but in 2021 and now 2022, in 2021 specifically, more people died in the US from drug-induced deaths. Most were overdoses from meth and fentanyl. And if you look closely at this data, yes, you see meth increased and there were more deaths in the locations where it's always been used, but it also appeared in other parts of the country where it was previously unheard of. So again, I want to emphasize, Jeff, it's not a problem just for libraries. It's a drug use is in public spaces everywhere. And this is a known hazard for every cleaning professional in the cleaning industry.
When someone goes to a library, you would think it's safe. Who would have thought that they would find this there? Other facilities as well. Scott, let's go to you. Those watching this might wonder, well, I can clean it up. I can go in and I'm a cleaning company. Do you need to be certified to clean this type of issue, meth contamination or other issues like this?
Well, the answer is kind of complicated. It's a yes and no. In the United States, there's currently no federal regulations regarding the cleanup. There's only instructions like support that the government has given us. So in 2007, the Meth Remediation Act was passed by Congress, and that empowered the EPA to put volunteer guidelines in place. Since that, a lot of states have adapted standards or some type of certification, but there's a lot of states lacking. And like what Gavin was mentioning before, it's become such a widespread event that the states that haven't created standards or certifications are really left behind. And in that document from the EPA that was released in 2013, what it says is if you don't have that state guideline or certification, then you have to resort back to the occupational health and safety for the 40-hour HAZWOPER, which is a hazardous waste and emergency preparedness and response. So we have to look at that as a whole. The certification is a lot more complicated because you have how you clean it up, and you also have the safety and health of your employees. So they come together, and really we've as an industry and well as the federal government, we have lacked on that standard completely.
Okay. I want to touch on processes here in a minute, but first, Gavin, set us up. Is this meth contamination issue a health risk for the cleaning industry?
I would state, in my personal belief, my expertise, Jeff, yes, it is. And I want to just highlight, again, it's a very highly addictive stimulant. For those who don't know and don't want to know, but meth can be ingested by smoking, snorting. Now you could swallow a pill or injection. But more importantly, for the cleaning industry, smoking meth releases several contaminants into the surrounding environment. Again, the most concerning one that we have for cleaning professionals is the meth vapor itself. Now, the National Institute on Drug Abuse states that when people are exposed to secondhand smoke, can test positive for meth afterward. But there's no specific number, Jeff, that identifies what is that unhealthy level of secondary meth exposure. We're talking about third-hand exposure. And that third-hand exposure comes from that meth vapor, that meth smoke that settles in, that's in the air, but also settles on surfaces. And so it's not a debate today about whether workers will have serious risk of health problems. It's the debate that what we're talking about right now is that smoking meth can contaminate the surfaces and air, and we know that it can persist for months to years. Now, we do know that research on the health impacts from touching a surface that has meth residue on it is lacking. We know that. But when that research is lacking, Jeff, we go to worker health reports. So people that have got sick at work, have gone to the doctor or the hospital, and we know from review of those worker health reports that we've seen skin and eye irritations. We know there's been cough or asthma-like symptoms. We know that those people get increased respiratory infections, sleep issues, changes in mood, they get headaches, and then they also have memory difficulties. So even though the research is lacking about whether the third hand actually happens, we believe it does, based on the health reports, the clinical reports. But more importantly, the National Institute on Drug Abuse also says that the health risks are more significant after prolonged or a long time exposure to meth contamination. So regardless, Jeff, of how unclear the science and policy is right now, that risk of meth exposure, that drug contamination in areas where cleaning professionals work every day is a known hazard. And really, we firmly believe that no one should be going to work without receiving education and training on a known hazard.
Okay, good information. Scott, in your previous comment, you talked about training and maybe some certification. So can we assume there are standards, procedures for cleaning spaces that are contaminated with drugs?
Well, as I mentioned before, the EPA has come out with that EPA volunteer guidelines for meth and fentanyl laboratory cleanups as well. And that was actually revised in 2021 because of the increase of fentanyl. Now, you do have some standards that are coming out. The IRCRC is coming out with the S900. So there is some sort of industry-related standards that are coming out. Most of your standards are related back into the cleanup and the results and the levels which are allowed, which are based on the state guidelines, which every state is completely different. And we have to look at that. There's no universal number. It is, one could be 0.1 micrograms compared to 1.5. So it really differs. And that's why there's been no universal standard that came up, because everybody is indecisive on what that true number is and how to go about it.
Okay. Why don't you take a moment and just walk us through the process for cleaning meth contamination and validating cleanliness? I know you can't get into all the details, but big picture, before people jump into this, what should they know?
Well, like you said, I could be here for 48 hours just talking about how to clean it up. When we look at the processing and validation, I always recommend right off the bat a third-party laboratory for validation. Any type of testing and cleaning should be done on a third party. Just help your liability and anything, just to make sure, especially when we're dealing with meth or fentanyl and any illicit drug cleanup that we're dealing with. Now, when we go a little bit, people have to understand, when you look at the test results, take a sweet and low package, 1 gram of that. By the amounts of trace that some states require, spread that over 25 acres. And if one of that hits, then technically it's a positive. And we don't look at it that way. We think about it as just a small little area, but the results in some states require so detailed cleaning. If the process starts with HEPA vacuuming, ventilation, risk assessment, all of these are from start to finish. And each job will kind of decide a different way on how to attack it, as I would look at it. Are you dealing with the library? Are you dealing with a drug laboratory? Are you dealing with a school, a healthcare setting? Every type of situation will kind of lead you down its own path on the processes. And that's why I could be here for 48 hours. It's just a mere fact of starting off. It's essential that we really do that risk assessment. And then following, for example, the EPA guidelines. It's a really good package. They talk about HEPA clean vacuuming, wipe down. They talk about all of that. And there are some third-party schools out there as well, like I said, the EPA volunteer guidelines that will give you guidance. But when it comes to the processing, really start and understand the beginning needs a risk assessment, and you need to know what you're going into. And then on back end, when it comes to validation, because what I talked about and how such a small level could make you fail, you have to have that validation from third party. And separating the cleaning from validation is essential when we deal with illicit drug cleanup from meth or any type of fentanyl, any other type of opioids.
Okay, well, I think I'm going to cancel my plans to get into the industry and do that kind of work. I'll leave that to you experts, Scott. Thank you for the details. Gavin, let's have you wrap up this episode and just talk about the big issues for the cleaning industry and what we need to know moving forward.
Yeah, totally agree with what Scott just said, Jeff. Again, let's focus back. Cleaning is about removing contaminants. Cleaning is based on science. Again, you and I have talked about this a lot, Jeff. What you can't see can hurt you. So it's not a matter of waiting for the document to be written or the policies there. It's the fact that this is a known risk right now. And when it's a known risk, again, I totally agree with what Scott said. We need standards for testing, we need standards for cleaning, and we need standards for validating. We need to ensure that everything that needs to be done, the processes, procedures, the equipment, the products in cleaning for health and safety when it comes to drug contamination is known. It's widely taught. It's widely educated. It should not be a secret, Jeff. You know, so much of what we do in the cleaning industry remains hidden. We've got to be more transparent. Everyone in the industry right now should be trained, educated on how to clean up for drug contamination. And I thoroughly believe that because from the data that we've seen across the country, that risk is just about everywhere.
I want to welcome my guest today, Michael Pinto, who is the CEO of Wonder Makers. Now, I've known Mike for quite a few years, and we've done quite a few trainings together over the years and been at many conventions. And he is a wealth of knowledge when it deals with indoor environments as far as sensitized individuals. And that's the purpose of having him here today. The recent outbreak of forest fires in Canada has really changed what's been going on, at least in the central to the eastern part of the United States. Now, I know California has its own issues with wildfires, but that hasn't reached us to this point. But this is a new situation with these fires, with the winds coming out of the north and northwest blowing straight down into the major population areas of the United States on the eastern coast. So I want to bring Mike in here and let him say a quick hello. And if there's anything I missed on the intro, Mike, please let me know, and whoever else is watching this know also. So, Mike, say hello.
Well, thanks, Lance. I appreciate being here very much. What I would say, however, is that it's not just the eastern coast that smoke plume from the Canadian forest fires is literally cutting across a good section of the Midwest, too. So here in Michigan, we're not quite as bad as you guys out there on the East Coast, but it's not good either.
Well, I was going to ask you, I mean, you're obviously further north and closer to the Canadian border than I am. I'm in New Jersey. Is it affecting you, and how is it affecting your area?
Well, yes, it is affecting us. And as I said just a moment ago, it's not good. Anytime you get outdoor air quality that's worse than what you typically get inside, that's a whole flip on the issue in terms of the things that we're used to thinking about and even teaching in a lot of our classes, because the standard line from the EPA is that the outside air can be up to 20 times cleaner than the inside air, and people spend 90% of their time inside, and so bad indoor air can cause a real problem. And a lot of us in the industry are focused on that, and then when we are faced with a situation like this where the outside air is dangerous to people, and that is the case, it is literally dangerous to people, then what do? Where do you go to hide, so to speak? So it is impacting us here in the Midwest. The way that it sets up, there's kind of like an arc of smoke that's coming down from Canada, and we're on what would be the left-hand edge of that arc here in Michigan. And Lake Michigan seems to be the borderline in terms of keeping the clean air, over to Chicago and to the west. But right down through Michigan and Indiana and Ohio, and then over Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, the entire East Coast is pretty well hit right now by the residue from the forest fires.
Yeah, we've seen, especially wintertime with Lake Michigan, it creates its own weather systems. So I could see how that would become a border, keeping the weather at bay or the smoke at bay in that part. But, what's really interesting is all the news stations, that's all they're talking about now, the unhealthy air conditioning outside and inside that we have to deal with. And, this is kind of like the dirty water glass scenario. We know what's in the outdoor air and the indoor air all the time, and you can't see it, so nobody pays attention to it. Well, not nobody, we do, the industry people do. But if you were to hand somebody a glass of water that had a brown tinge to it, it was discolored, people wouldn't drink it because they could see it and they would know there was things in there that they don't want to take in, even though it does contain, mercury and all kinds of other nasty contaminants regularly. And the same thing that's happening now with the air quality, people can see it. And that's really, I think, what's jumping out and causing people to really take notice to what's going on. You're absolutely right. Normally, the outside air is much better than the inside air. So when people are inside, they normally go outside to breathe better, and they can't in this case. They have to hide inside. So that brings us to the sensitized people that we were talking about. This is something that's, very close and dear to you. We deal with it on a daily basis here at Normie with people that can't get help from regular assessors, remediators, people that are in the industry, which is why you have a class. You're the lead instructor, the NCRSI class, the class for sensitized individuals. Actually, it's teaching remediators how to deal with them. And also the certified mold professional, which is expanding even beyond that. So those are two of your specialties. And with that, maybe you can answer this question. How come the outside air right now, obviously beyond people being emotionally reacting to it, so troublesome for sensitized individuals, even more so than regular people?
Well, what I would start off with is saying that I think when you're dealing with outside air like we are today, it's everybody has to be concerned about it. The difference is that the sensitized individuals have to be concerned at a higher level than even the normal folks. So I'm sure you've heard over there on the East Coast, they're canceling certain sporting events and outdoor activities and things like that because the air just isn't healthy. And so you want to be, limiting your amount of exposure, just like we tell people in a, water damaged or mold damaged house. Sometimes they have to get out of that house to protect their health. The problem here, of course, as we've been talking about, where do you go if it's the whole outside that's contaminated by the forest fires? And so we're literally looking at it, flipping the whole script upside down, if you will. We now have to think about the houses and the air in the houses being a refuge for the people from what they're potentially going to be exposed to on the out of doors. And for the sensitized individual, it's even more significant for them because a lot of times we talk about mold sensitized individuals, and that's where it starts. But virtually every sensitized individual that I'm familiar with and have worked with over 20 plus years now, they develop cross sensitivities. So they start out with a mold exposure that causes a decrease in their health, and then they become sensitive to other things. They become sensitive to tobacco smoke that they weren't sensitive to before. They become sensitive to some of the sensitive before. Perfumes, all sorts of things. They develop these cross sensitivities. And when we're dealing with the outside air that's impacted by the wildfires, it's particulates, it's volatile organic compounds, and it's gases. So if they're cross-sensitive to anything, it's going to be in one of those categories, and then they're going to have problems with it. So that's really the issue.
I have a few calls into different contacts at different labs that we normally use, especially the ones that deal with VOCs, the volatile organic compounds. And I'm waiting on those callbacks that we just made recently. But I'm looking for what might be in this new smoke plume that we're getting that could be so offensive to people with and without sensitivities. I don't know if you know any of the chemistries that may be, involved with this, though I have noticed the burning odor, and it's different than normal. This isn't like a wood fireplace or a fire pit.
Right. And some of that is going to be dependent upon what sort of forest are burning, whether they're hardwoods or evergreens, things like that. The evergreen forest, which is a good share of what's burning up in Canada right now, because they're closer to the Arctic Circle and that sort of stuff. So those are going to have a lot more PAHs, aromatic hydrocarbons in them, and that's from the oils and everything that's burning in the pine trees and the spruce trees and that sort of stuff. So then you're also going to get a whole chemical stew, if you will, from that, because depending on the temperature and whether they're exposed to actual flame or just the heat from it, where it is, whether it's protected by the bark, all these other things, you just get this massive amount of organic compounds that get liberated into the air during these fires. And then the ash and the smoke, which is basically both of those are small particulates, those tend to sometimes be even more airborne than the VOCs, because the chemicals can be a little sticky and a little heavy. But when they attach to these small ash particles, then they're transported, as we're finding out, thousands of miles into the airstream. The heat of the forest fire pushes them up a mile or more, and then they're in the airstream and they're heading downstream. But by the time that it gets to New York City or Kalamazoo, Michigan, where I am, or things like that, most of the gases, the carbon monoxide, the excess carbon dioxide, the nitrogen compounds and that sort of stuff, that's pretty well mixed and diluted. So the two things that are impacting the folks there on the East Coast and the sensitized individuals are mostly going to be those volatile organic compounds, which are those PAHs and particles. So,
on a small scale, I've been involved with emergency medical services for almost 50 years. And I've seen over the years people having severe reactions to being around a fire pit or a campfire. And when you start to look into it, you find out that it wasn't from the wood that they're burning. It was from the accidental dumping of poison ivy into the fire pit that was still around some of the logs. And as they burn the poison ivy, it's aerosolizing and getting encased in that smoke, and they're inhaling that and having severe reactions to it.
Well, and then think of everything else that's going on there. The PAHs I was talking about, the first word for the P is phenols. So there's all these different phenolic compounds that are getting burned up, and that's your oils, and that's your your irritants, like you were talking about with the poison ivy. But remember, forest fires don't stay forest fires. I mean, they run across roads and they literally will melt the tar on an asphalt road. And sometimes the roads actually start to burn. So now you've got all of that oil product, anything that's, a building in the way or a vehicle that gets trapped in the fire or a house, of course, you're going to have all of the, man-made products, artificial products that there then burn. That all goes up in the air and comparatively, that may be a small percentage of what's burning, but from the sensitized individual, that can actually be a bigger issue sometimes than just the individual smoke particles. Like you said, it's what attaches to the smoke particles. And then those smoke particles are so small, they get breathed in, they go deep into the lungs. And that whole combination, small particles going deep into the lungs and small particles carrying, pardon the expression, crap deep into the lungs. That's not a scientific term there, by the way, Lance. That's just a common term. But there's so much stuff that's on it. It's hard to know from breath to breath what's actually being taken in. And so, again, caution is the byword for anyone, but particularly for the sensitized individuals.
In the remediation industry, in the meteorological industry, they refer to things, especially with hurricanes, hide from the wind, run from the water, because of the amount of damage that can be done. You can hide from the wind, take shelter of that, but in water you can't. Water's going to seep into everything. But we're dealing with something that's unique here because we're 1,000 miles away from these fires. And we are severely being affected. So running isn't really a realistic situation. I think knowledge is something that would help. People understanding the risks, understanding, maybe today's not the day to go outside and, cut my grass, and spend a good 2 hours or 3 hours out there in this serious weather or this heavy fog of smoke. And understanding that will definitely help people. But forecasting this is also an issue. So where could people go to find out how bad their area is and what their risks are to being outside?
Well, I'm sure everybody has their own favorite sources, and there's, weather channels and local governments and state governments, and everybody's kind of jumping on the bandwagon. The one that I use, and it's just, again, my favorite because it's going to be there anytime you have these wildfires and stuff, is a federal government website, and that is, let me make sure I've got it here so that everybody knows, fire.airnow, as in AIRNOW.gov, fire.airnow.gov. And that one's really cool because you punch on that and it brings up a map of basically North America, and it shows where the plume is coming down with the smoke, where the air quality is being impacted, and then it rates it at each major city, and it's not even just major, it's each fairly significant size city has a dot on it that's either green, which means that it's good air quality, or yellow, which means it's questionable. And then most people think, well, then you get to red and that's bad. But this map actually goes 2 other levels. It goes to like purple and to black. And I looked yesterday, Lance had it, and knowing where you are in New Jersey, I just kind of looked to see where you are, blew it up to look and see in your location. You guys were black. So you're in the heart of it right now.
Yeah, yesterday was really bad. This morning it wasn't too bad, but then we did get an alert that it was going to be going downhill as the day went on. And looking outside now, in June, not a cloud in the sky, it looks like sunset. So, I do have a question. If you were speaking to sensitized individuals as your customers or as a group, what would you tell them to do? I mean, normally, if they're inside their home and they're having reactions to that, they go outside. Now they have to stay inside. So what can they do now that they're in their environments that sometimes give them trouble anyways?
Well, I'm going to approach that from 2 different perspectives, if that's okay. The first one, and I don't mean to sound like I told you so, but you do have to understand, if you're a sensitized individual, it's important for you to take steps now to get your indoor environment clean, because we don't know when we're going to have situations like this where all of a sudden, from no fault of our own, like you said, 1,000 miles away, they got a forest fire and it's having a serious impact on us. And if for some reason our sensitized individuals are saying, well, it's not that bad, and if it does get real bad or if it gets damper in the house, I can always go outside or whatever it is. That deferred maintenance or that deferred decision making really is going to have a serious negative impact on them in situations like this, because there may just be times where you can't get away, get away from the problems in your house by leaving your house. You outside, you may be actually facing greater problems than you have in your house. So the first item is just never defer, fixing things that you can fix now until some later date, just because it doesn't seem important to you.
Well, it's the clean glass of water. It's not a concern because you don't see a problem. As soon as it's, brownish or discolored, now it's on your mind. Same thing with the air.
Yep, exactly right. But it would be the same thing. That's why they have, on occasion, you'll have boil water orders as well, right? They don't know exactly what's wrong with the water system. And so they tell people to boil the water. That's why one of the things that they chat about, even in front of hurricanes and things, is get a few cases of bottled water so that you can survive, a couple of days if you have to without having water coming out of your tap. Fix your house. If you know you've got things going on in your house that are contaminants or whatever, get rid of those, fix it, do the remediation properly so that you've got a good, safe place to be. And then you can, potentially survive a little bit better during these outdoor air quality incidents. But putting that aside, because at some point that's water under the dam. Either they have fixed it or they haven't fixed it, but now they're still facing what's going on outside. So the first thing, and the first couple here, I'm just repeating the standard safety precautions that you're going to get from just about any site. If you don't have to go outside, or you can limit your time outside, don't go outside and limit your time outside. If you do go outside, wear some sort of respiratory protection. I know that I'm seeing a lot of information where people are talking about, you can use your COVID mask and stuff like that. And the answer is, the face masks that were being sold as COVID protection, I won't get into that whole discussion all over again, but that is not going to be appropriate, particularly for the sensitized individuals. At a minimum, they're going to need like an N95, and we recommend N99 or N100 filtering face pieces. So that's going to protect a lot coming in. And remember too that a entry spot for some of this contamination into your body is not just the nose and mouth, but the eyes as well. And fire residue is even worse because of the small particle. So when those get into your eyes and then get diluted by the tears and everything, it actually releases some of those chemicals that are on the particle itself. So the particle may wash out, and get it out of our eyes and everything. But what is left behind and what's being absorbed in through your eyes is some of the chemicals and stuff. So remembering to wash your face when you come in from the outside, wearing a mask to protect yourself, changing clothes if you've been outside for any length, you're not carrying a lot of this stuff in. A lot of similar things that we would talk about if you're coming in from a moldy environment or trying to protect yourself from a moldy environment.
You mentioned about masks, and again, I agree. I don't want to go down that path and let's talk about masks, good or bad, but just to remind people that just because you're wearing a mask, whether it's an N95, N99, N100, half face mask with cartridges, it doesn't protect you from the gases. You're getting filtration from particulates only. Now, that's a good and a bad thing, because especially if you are a sensitized individual, you may also have additional health issues and stuff. You're wearing a mask that's doing a good job filtering particulates. You're going to reduce the amount of air that you can actually breathe in without straining. And again, if you're not trained to wear a mask, if you're not trained to know when you need to take the mask off, when to replace the mask, it could be just as serious as not having a mask. So again, training, preparing, I guess is kind of in the same thing that you were talking about.
Well, a little bit, although I would say in this particular case, as I mentioned earlier, by the time the contamination, goes 100 miles, 1,000 miles, whatever it is, the gaseous portions of that, we're not generally seeing high concentrations of carbon monoxide or even the elevated levels of the nitrogen oxides and stuff like that by the time it hits like New York City or something like that. So wearing the filtering protecting mask is actually a very good step, because as I said, even some of the phenols and the aromatic hydrocarbons, the volatile organic compounds, a lot of those are vapors. So that means that they're liquids that have been, the heat has evaporated and they're small droplets in the air. Then those droplets hang on to the particulates, and then the particulates get screened out by the mask. So that N95 is actually doing a fairly decent job stopping the vapors, which again have coalesced onto the particles and the particles. And then, as I said before, the gases have pretty much dissipated. So I'm rather optimistic that the filtering face pieces, at least the good ones, can be a real benefit to individuals, and particularly to people who are sensitized.
Well, that's a good piece of info for people to deal with. And again, if I just want to follow up, if you are wearing a mask and don't feel well, you may need to take it off, at least short term, and stop whatever activities you're doing. I think that's the real message. Try to get to where you feel comfortable and safe and stay that way until this passes.
Yeah. So something else I'm going to throw in, not a lot of people know this or remember this, but if you're wearing a mask, you need to be intentional about improving your liquid uptake, meaning you need to drink more water, people. And part of that is because the mask not only does a good job screening these particles and stuff, but it does filter out some of the water vapor. And so therefore you're breathing drier air, and the drier air is going to allow whatever particles do get through to go deeper into your system. And by drinking more water, you're going to keep your mucous membranes, hydrated, and, a little bit more ability to collect some of those particles, and then even to flush them through your system. There's pretty good studies that show that people who are being exposed to wildfire smoke over a course of a few days will build up levels of different toxins in their body. And a lot of times that's just because they're not drinking enough water to flush them out. And I know several people, particularly in the naturopath and the integrated medicine field, who say green tea in particular, water and or green tea can be helpful in terms of just detoxing some of that stuff that's getting into your, first into your bloodstream and then into your internal organs and stuff, just because of the contaminants in the air.
Well, just kind of on a side note, going in a slightly different direction, and I agree with what you're saying, and I just wanted to mention that wildfires, forest fires, things like this are not the only thing that cause these types of contaminations in the air that affect people and sensitized individuals. If you remember back, we had some recent volcanoes that had erupted and put so much ash into the air. It was affecting people thousands of miles away. It grounded air traffic through Europe for around a week. So there's a lot of things that are in the air that are going to affect people, and the sensitized group many times over, even more.
So I want to pick up on that as well. I mean, one of the reasons that they ground airliners in situations like this, either because of the wildfire or the volcanoes, is because of the aggressive nature of those small particles, particularly as they're compressed and put through a jet engine, they can score and damage the insides of those to the point where they can actually have engine failure. And if you think about that, if these particles are corrosive enough that they're damaging stainless steel parts, they can't be good for our lungs. So just lots of warnings to us. There's plenty of evidence around, even just common sense evidence that would tell us that we shouldn't be exposed to a lot of this. And you were asking earlier, some of the other things people can do. Obviously, if you have whole house HVAC and if you've got filters on the HVAC, you can run the HVAC system even if you just run it on fan, because that pushes air into the house and through the system. And typically most home air systems and HVAC systems, unless they have a energy recovery ventilator or heat recovery ventilator or something like that, that's intentionally bringing air in. Typically those are only bringing in 10% outside air. High efficiency furnaces, the ones that have the PVC pipes instead of like the chimneys and stuff, again, those are going to bring in minimal outside air unless they're on the heat cycle, where they bring in the air obviously to dilute the gases that are being created when they burn the gas or the oil for the furnace. So if you're on the air conditioning mode and you've got a high efficiency furnace and you've got decent filters on it, running that and just running it even on the fan on the on switch rather than on the auto switch should make a good difference. Now, I also want to point out the people who have portable air conditioners, window mount air conditioners, some of these other ones that have, pipes that go in and out and everything, what they call pack units, like you see on the wall of a hotel. That's tough because there's very little filtration on those. And that's a lot of times bringing in 10, 20, 30% outside air just automatically as you turn those on.
Well, most commercial buildings are spec'd that way. They have to bring in 15 to 20% fresh air. So they're dealing with those issues also.
And I'm not going to get into the whole discussion of the energy efficiency that may not be the energy efficiency, right. But they build the building so tight that they do have to bring in more of the outside air. And then in conditions like this, Lance, you know this as well as I do, they don't have the filtration on those big HVAC units like we have even on a smaller residential unit. So that's a tougher way to go on some of that. But at the same time, that brings up the last main point that I wanted to make, and that is that sometimes we can't rely, if you're a person or you're staying in a hotel because of, your job that took you there to New York City and all of this or whatever it is, sometimes you have to be a little bit more proactive, and particularly if you're sensitized. We talk about creating a refuge, even if you can't fix your whole house. Is there a bedroom? Is there a den? Is there a room in your house that you can turn into a refuge that's going to have better air quality and protect you? And this advance, I'm just blown away. The advance in the air purification systems, which we call proactive air purification, where you're not just relying on it to go through a filter to collect this stuff. You've got ionizers and one of the better ones I think is this multi-cluster ionization and things. These sorts of products can help create these reservoirs of clean air inside a building, so that even if you have to run the air conditioner and it's bringing in some of this contaminant and your filters aren't the greatest, at least you can protect yourself in a bedroom where you spend 8 hours a night when you're sleeping and things like that. That can be a big difference.
It's not a new concept. They teach and talk about that for hurricanes and tornadoes, to have a safe area in your home, a place that's protected from things coming through the exterior walls. Well, this is just taking it to another level where you're going to keep your breathable air as clean as possible.
Well, I like that analogy. I mean, you're in those cases, for a tornado. So here in the Midwest, we don't have the hurricanes as much, but it's a tornado. And that's exactly what they tell you. You need to have a secure location that in the case of a tornado, you can go into and be better protected from, the damaging effects of the wind. And in a situation like this, particularly the people who are already at risk because they're sensitized, they need to have, think about having that secure location from an air standpoint, just like we would think about having a secure location from a weather standpoint. And doing that with some of these proactive air purifiers. Heck, I was looking at the Best Living Systems website yesterday. They've got plug-in models. I mean, literally just plug into an outlet and is enough to, have some air cleansing that's going on in a room size. They've got ones that are the size of, like a sports bottle or a drinking glass that's designed to fit in a cup holder in a car to improve the air quality in a car. But you can plug those in and use those in a hotel room or in a bedroom or something like that. And these are not necessarily, super expensive items or anything like that. They're reasonably priced and they're worth it.
You know what? And everything you're talking about comes down to do something, improve your condition, be proactive yourself to try to take care of the environment you're in, stay in a healthier and a safer place during conditions like this. And it's going to happen more and more. We didn't really talk about statistics, but from the Weather Channel, they ran some stats yesterday saying that year to date, they have burned up in Canada and the US. Well, let me rephrase that. The yearly average for the US and Canada on forest fires is between 6.5 and 7.5 million acres. The fires so far to date in Canada are 9.3 million. So they're 50% over the yearly total of burned up forest and what it's putting into the air that we're all breathing and changing weather conditions around the world.
And we're in June.
And we're in June. And it's first going to get hot and the fire season is going to first come on. And then we got California to deal with and the West Coast. Prepare yourselves, people. Be proactive and take care.
Well, that's what I said. Just if there's things that you can fix now, fix them. If there's things that you can do to prepare for, because this supposedly this one from Canada, hopefully by the middle of next week, we'll have moved on with some shifting weather patterns. Don't just go back to normal and say, that one's over. I don't have to worry about it, because something's going to happen again. And those who are already suffering, those who are kind of on an edge health-wise, sometimes I talk to my clients about being literally almost like standing on a knife's edge, and we want to get you off of that edge so that you don't fall over into a worse scenario. And the way to do that is it's pretty tough to, have the proactive air purifier when you're in the middle of a problem. So you may have to get one now. Let me just also finish with this. I know it's the fire issues and everything, but I'm a victim of my own thinking, so to speak. Neither my wife or both of us are blessed that we don't have a lot of mold sensitivities or anything like that, even with all the crazy work I've done in the industry. And neither one of us really have expressed a lot of allergies over the years. And this summer, or actually this spring, over the last couple of months, I noticed that my wife was feeling less and less normal, so to speak. And finally, when we dug into it, it was turned out that she was having some respiratory issues and some stuff like that. And the initial doctor visit was, it's a really awful pollen season. We never followed the pollen ratings or anything because she was never, identified as being allergic. And once we got the idea that she was, being impacted by the outdoor pollen, not something that was going on in our house, ended up getting one of the Chaos air purifiers that Normie recommends. And within hours, she was telling me that she was feeling better running that in the house. And within 2 days, she had already given it to her sister and made me buy her another one. So that's just how it
Okay, then. Well, the stuff works. And, that's the whole thing. And we always talk about, even, tongue in cheek, about you either have a good filter or you are one. And it's all about protecting that you are one. You want to have as much protection around you as you can. But we are going to end this segment. I do want to thank you for your time. And I didn't mention it earlier, but this is one of the segments that we're doing in a multi-part presentation on the seriousness of the wildfires, how it's affecting the U.S. and people with sensitivities, without sensitivities, and what they can do. So hopefully you'll tune in and some of the other segments as we show them. And I want to thank you again for your time. It's always great talking to you, Mike.
Bless you, Lance. It was good. I hope it was helpful for people.
Thank you.
Everybody, this is Mike Balzano, publisher of R&R, as well as the Experience Events. Welcome to Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. This is episode 12, and good friend today. I say this every week, but I like this guy a lot. I met him about a year ago, and we bonded, and I'm happy he's such a big part of the experience. He's a teacher, a leader, a podcaster, an IAQ expert, a former policeman. I may have tipped it up right there who it is. A speaker, exhibitor. And he is currently and formerly was an EMT. We'll talk about all of that. Longtime friend of the experience. Please welcome from Normie, Mr. Lance Eisen. Welcome, Lance.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks for having me.
Oh, of course. Yeah, we have a lot going on in both our companies right now and fun. But I want to first off just talk about. I mean, this whole series was meant to really kind of look at the people who've made a big difference to the experience. And you and Doug and everybody at Normie are certainly one of them. Are you a New Jersey native by any chance?
Yes.
So you remain in New Jersey, is that correct?
Yes, I have. Well, my family is here, so it's kind of hard to move away from kids and grandkids.
They frown on that. I know that we my wife and I came down to Florida a while ago, and I think that the grandkids is the thing that keeps people from snowbirding. The kids are one thing, but once those grandkids come around, now I'm not going anywhere, and I get it. So good for you.
Yeah, it just makes it easier and it's more sense. If they move away, well, then all bets are off. But exactly. So, well, I tell you, we met, like I said, last year, and you've got a great background, one that I think is wonderful for this. You started and maybe you could talk about this a little. There's two things I want to talk about service-wise in general. People know you were a policeman. A lot of people know you were a policeman at Sergeant, but I didn't know you were an EMT. How long did you do that for? Since 1975.
And you're still registered, correct?
Yeah, still involved with the volunteer organization.
What do you think? What drew you to that originally? Starting out, so this is what I want to do.
You know what? As a kid, I had watched the ambulance come to my house quite a few times. My grandmother lived with us. I saw them helping people, and it just became kind of the norm, and it got my interest. That's amazing. My
grandma stayed with me till she passed away when she was 98. So I learned a lot of Italian like that. But you did that, and then you went right into being a police. Now that was 1975. You said you still do it, but in 1979 you decided to join the police force. Was it just the next logical step in your head, or no?
It was kind of strange. I mean, if you put yourself in the mindset of a 19-year-old, I was an EMT already. I was involved with emergency services. I was going to Rutgers University in a pre-medical program. Mm-hmm. And the opportunity came up where somebody said, "Hey, you want to drive a police car and carry a gun?" I was 19 years old. Sure. And I had taken some tests, I got hired, and I started a career that, they talk about pensions and stuff, and at 19, 20 years old, you get pension. What's that all about? And that was a blur, that's gone. So
Yeah, for sure. I remember when they started talking about 401ks and people like, what is that? Some kind of football signal? What, I don't know what that means. And now you look back and like, you're so stupid. Why don't you just start?
the pension is there, which is the reason I stayed. It's just, 25 years just blurred by.
Ah, yes.
And I'll tell you what, that makes it even scarier. I retired almost 20 years ago.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
So
From law enforcement.
You achieved your rank was sergeant at the end, correct?
Correct.
I can see that. I can see you being the boss, being the sergeant of a staff, but
It was convenient. It worked.
a lot of people, this is the 12th episode of this, and it's funny you said the magic words already, and that you started that because you wanted to help people. And I could, I could see a lot of pre-med. We've had people that want to be attorneys and this, that, and say, no, you know what? I want to do something else. And especially then that led into our industry. I mean, so you retired from the police force, and what moved you to kind of get involved in the restoration industry?
My story is very similar to the people that we deal with that have problems. 2 years before I retired from the police department, I wound up with pneumonia 4 times. And I kept going to doctors, specialists that, take these antibiotics, take more medication. Wasn't fixing the problem. I kept getting pneumonia. I started doing some research, and I took some training online about my living conditions, and I found my problem. It was in my air conditioning system.
I'm not smiling because that's great news. Go ahead. I mean, I can see where you're going with this. Go on.
I fixed it. And, I started telling people, this is what I did. Their answer to me was, come check my house.
Mm-hmm.
That became a full-time business when I retired.
No kidding.
Yeah, I actually had to hire 4 inspectors to work with me because it was so busy. And there was radio advertising and a lot of other things involved with that, but it became an industry business for me. And that's how I got into it. And 2 years after that, I wound up with the Normie organization.
And you accidentally started a business. I love that. And the pneumonia problems went away when you got better air, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
That's
the pneumonia went away. It was caused by a fungal infection, fungal pneumonia. And it was because of the conditions of my indoor environment, which set the stage for everything else.
Gotcha. And then you went to the right place because Normie is doing so many great things with IAQ and IAQ radio and everything else. And we're going to talk about that in a second. But I remember we talked about this offline. And I talked to Jeff Jones, the Microbial Warrior, about this too, specifically about COVID. He likes to talk about it. And we found out that it wasn't touching things or whatnot. It was everything, all the particles going through the air. And hopefully if we have another chance at this, I'm preaching to the choir, I know. Hopefully we won't have another chance at this. We probably will. And sadly, we'll do a better job of fighting that next time, right?
Oh, absolutely. COVID was kind of a game changer for this industry. I've been in it since 2004 with Normie since 2006. And we have been talking about indoor air quality. We've been talking about surface contact, the things you breathe. And people are like, yeah, okay, no big deal. And then COVID hits. And everybody decides that, hey, breathing is a thing, it's important. And it changed the industry.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and what I was going to mention earlier was that you said something when we first started about you want to help people. So you became an EMT and this and that. Everybody that does this show, that's what they say. And I think that really is a nice, you're sheepishly to accept this. We already tried once off the air, but you're a helper. You're a service-oriented people person, and you want to go, and I could see you doing those two things, then jumping into the restoration industry like you did. And I'm not surprised at all. It's a career of service, actually. And again, that's a statement, not really a question, but that's the way I see it.
Well, yesterday, actually, I had a conversation with the manager of a large gym franchise. And we were talking about different things that could help his business out.
Mm-hmm.
And he kept saying, well, what's in it for you? What's in it for you? I said, nothing. I'm not selling you anything. asking you to buy anything. I don't want you to spend any money. Just here's a suggestion. And he didn't know how to take that. You know, he's so used to people trying to sell them something or take advantage of them.
Mhm.
And that's not what we do. You know, Doug has a tagline that we use all the time. It's not about getting a license, it's about developing a successful business.
Mhm.
That's what we teach. And, you know, we don't do it for what we're getting out of it. We're helping people. You know, our benefit is helping people, and then the good things come from that.
That is the textbook. I've heard the phrase content marketing, but that's basically what that is, a new form of marketing about. Yeah, we're gonna help the audience. We're gonna send a case study, do this and that. Eventually, you know, we sell this widget too, and maybe you might want to think about buying it. But that's like an afterthought. And after you gain their trust, as Normie does, then the money just comes in because you're quality and you've earned their trust. You're not just overtly asking for it, right? And I think that's great. That's the way all businesses should run these days. Some don't have the luxury, but
You know, you mentioned the police department earlier, and a lot of what I learned from that was dealing with people, reading an audience.
Yeah.
And it's a skill that every one of us in the service industry needs. You need to know who you're talking to.
mhm.
And very often, for me, it's easier to put myself in the place of the person I'm dealing with. And that's how I can judge how I have to deal with this individual for their needs. You know, I know personally that if somebody comes to my house and is very pushy and they're going to sell me something, and I don't want to deal with them. I'm immediately turned off to that. You know, it's very hard to sometimes explain to individuals in this industry that you might be selling a service, you might be selling a product. You really need to sell yourself first. Once the customer is comfortable with you, then you have a relationship and it's much easier to work with.
They trust you, and they have that mutual trust that you're really looking out for their best interest. I couldn't agree more, Lance. And you brought that and a lot more to Normie. Now, we've been talking a lot over the last year. Normie TV is exploding. Normie Connect. I mean, what do you want to talk about as far as so much has changed in the last 12 months or 18 months with Normie?
We actually started a little bit sooner than that, but it really went mainstream with what we're doing. Like you said, within the last 2 years. We've been running Normie TV since 2017, 2018. So, but like everything else, it's a new concept and it takes a while to get some traction and move. Well, from watching the industry and watching what happened with COVID, we started to see that people like to get media in all different flavors, all different ways of getting it. From Facebook to Instagram to Reddit to regular other social media platforms, ones that are popping up almost daily.
Yeah.
So to me, it made sense to, and here we come with the name Normie connect with the audience on their terms.
Mhm.
You know, we can't say, hey, if you want to watch us, go to YouTube. And that's your option. You know, some people may not want to go to YouTube, it may confuse them. They may go to Instagram and want to watch, or Facebook or LinkedIn. So we broadcast our TV channel across all of those platforms at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So right now we're broadcasting, I believe it's on 7 or 8 platforms. When we do other live broadcasts like specialized trainings, we'll go across, I think it's up to 15 platforms. At the same time, simulcast it. And people can react with us and chat and everything else at the same time. Well, we found that a lot of people like that, but people work. Can you believe that? They have to travel to and from work.
I hate that.
You can't watch video performances, video on demand while you're driving. So we looked into doing radio. We're now broadcasting, simulcast broadcasting over 6 radio platforms. So people have their favorites there too. You know, whatever you want to listen to your internet radio on. So now they can listen while they drive in the car. And for those that are even beyond that, we went to podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
We're on 13 podcast platforms. So wherever you want to find us, we're there.
And you're promoting it. And I've been,
Yeah.
I've been fortunate enough to be a part of a couple of the episodes with you and Doug, and I was flattered to do that. I was taken back by when I first learned about what you were doing, that just how is everything scheduled. It's almost like a TV network in a way. This is scheduled then. You could promote, hey, you're going to be on, Jane Doe is going to be on at 4 o'clock. Make sure. And I thought it was well done. And you clearly put a lot of effort into it, and for good reasons. A lot of times, people put effort into things just to do effort, but this was targeted, and it's good. I think I love what you guys are doing. I've been outspoken about that the whole way. I really, really enjoy what you're up to. And I like the fact that the Experience is a sponsor this year. That we're very proud to do that. This is where I have to mention that, don't forget, April 3rd to the 5th in Chattanooga, Tennessee, the Experience is coming back. Our next event, the Chattanooga Convention Center. When this airs, you still will have time to get some early bird rates as attendee. There's plenty of space on the booths available. Contact me or the sales team, and some great stuff. We put the agenda up about 2 weeks ago. Love it. I'm so thrilled with the speakers coming, including Lance Eisen. Now, you've been a big part. You and Doug and the Normie in general have been a huge part of the Experience for years. I mean, do you remember the first time you went to the Experience, by any chance?
No, and you can't see it now, but hanging behind me, I have from the ceiling a hook with all the badges that I've gotten attending, and there's a lot of them up there. Actually, I put a second hook up now. It's over 10 years, I'd say, that I've been attending the Experience shows. You've
been a big sponsor of the Experience as well. You're going to be recording and doing things this time too. Is there any great Experience stories jump out that you want to share with everyone?
Well, we tried something new last year where we went live from the Experience show across all of our platforms at the same time. And we were doing live interviews right there at our booth of all the movers and shakers, if you want to call it, in the industry. And it was fun. We had you there. You were talking with us. We did an interview. And again, we pushed that out over everything at the same time. And we had people all over the country watching what we were doing at the Experience while we were there.
Yeah, it was creative, and I had a blast. It was funny. I thought it was funny. Maybe we need this time to get bigger signs, say you're on air or something. Because it was just funny. Everybody just came from talking to Lance during our interview, and me, and so like, hey, we'll give us just 5 minutes.
But that adds to it because it's real.
I know. It was funny. It was great.
And that's kind of what we went for there. And everybody was well behaved. Mm-hmm. I mean, our booth was actually next to a bar, so it was really touchy, but no, it was good. We were very well behaved.
This is the first time I'm sorry, Lance. The people want to be by the bar a lot in this industry. I've noticed a lot of my exhibitors have that same request, which is kind of funny. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
Oh, no, I absolutely like that. It's a short walk. It's just, like you said, we had a lot of people that were there, a lot of activity. It was nice to have people come in and sit down and talk with us. Yeah. And actually, that's the way our booth is designed. It's a large booth with seating area. Mm-hmm. And that's what we want. We don't want people coming to us so we can sell them something. We want people to come to us with questions, with concerns, or suggestions. And that's how we meet people at these events.
Your booth is going to be in the back of the hall, the major booth right between the cleaning pavilion and the restoration pavilion, and where the lunch area setting for everything. You're going to be in the belly of the beast. Go back and talk to Lance and have fun. What would people be surprised to know about Lance? That's a question that came up a couple of weeks ago, and I think it's a good one.
I mean, I'm pretty much an open book. I do these types of things all the time, these interviews. I run interviews, and I do training several times a month online. So I do talk about my background because it's what helps me do what I do. And I try to encourage people to use your background as a tool to do what you do. But what would surprise people? It's like the story I told you before. It's the legitimacy of just wanting to help.
Yeah.
And people really are, I'm here to help you. And they're always like grabbing for their wallet to make sure it's still there. No, that's really what we do at Normie. It's about helping people in this industry.
Now, it's, you are an open book, and that's why I was always attracted to you, because you're a good guy, and you hated when I call you sir a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
Things of that nature.
You do that because I'm older than you, and you keep reminding me.
I think that one thing I wanted to remind everybody that may not be available at this point, but we're doing the tours of the Shaw flooring plant on April 2nd, the day before the event. As of today, I believe 15 of the 75 have been sold, and this will be out in 2 weeks. So it may not be, but if it's still available, I would highly recommend doing that. Get to our website, register for the event, then register for Shaw. It's $199. 3 tours all day, transportation, lunch, all that stuff. So Any last words you want for our people? Why do you think people should come and see us in Chattanooga, Lance?
Your show, the experience is different from any of the other shows that I've been to, whether it's your spring or your fall show. And it's not about going to be sold something. It's going to learn about things. And that is very different in the, if you want to call it the home show or the, convention show type market. Everybody's trying to sell their products. It's really about who you are and selling yourself and your services where people can touch them, try them right there. You're not shopping on an Amazon catalog to buy a $10,000 widget. You're touching them. I mean, I love walking around and watching the robots run around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Robot cleaners and stuff. People aren't there trying to sell them. They're just showing the technology that's there. And, we didn't mention this, but technology right now is exploding, and our industry is not exempt from that. It's really playing into the industry. And we have a lot of people in this industry that have been doing things the same way for 15, 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
Several reasons. One, technology is changing so quickly, it's hard to keep up, but people fear technology, new stuff, and change.
Right.
And you can't in this industry. Don't fear the technology, embrace it. You have to.
So many
Your show
times.
highlights.
Go ahead.
Your show
Yeah.
highlights. That's what I was saying.
Thank you, Lance. I think it's hands-on has been drummed into my head since I started a couple of years ago, and it's true. There's more hands-on experience at these events than anything I've ever seen. If you want to go and learn your craft, this is the place to be. And we're excited to have you. We're very excited to have you and Normie be a part of be a partner with us for this. I think that's a good place to end. I think that was beautiful. I learned a lot about Lance. That's what I wanted out of this. If people don't love you yet, they love you now, Lance. All right.
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you for the opportunity. Though I do have one question, because you did start off by saying we're good friends and everything else. I'm the 12th interview.
12th. Well, I'm building
Wow.
up to. We're building up to Chattanooga, man. It's a build.
Oh, okay. Good.
Don't tell Chuck Viola that, who was our first one. I'll tell him no. We start off with the best.
Yeah. Okay.
I told you, my big mouth talked me into doing 52 of these a year. So there's going to be a lot of people like the 40th that are going to be looking at me, shaking their head. But I thank you for being here. How's that? We'll leave with that. Hey, please thank you. Make plans to attend the experience April 3rd through the 5th in lovely Chattanooga, Tennessee. You could register through our website, rnrmagonline.com. You can find this and all R&R videos and podcasts on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify. Please follow us if you haven't already, and feel free to leave a quick review. We'd love to hear from you. Also, please follow us on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. Very special thank you to our guest, Lance Eisen of Normie. This is Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Thanks for joining us. We look forward to seeing you again next week.
So at this time, I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, the Senior Director of GBAC, a division of ISSA, and Doug Hoffman, the Executive Director of Normie. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Hi, Jeff.
So we're going to talk about training. We're going to talk about issues in the industry. We're going to talk about the weather. We're going to talk about solutions. So to start it off, Gavin, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you're thinking here? What is it that the industry needs to know right now?
That it takes a team to be successful, Jeff. And at the moment, we've got wonderful people doing very important activities when it comes to capacity building, certification, training. But when we go into action, when we have to go live with this, we go off full operational, we are all over the place. We're scattered. And so we're working with ISSA and Normie Now Alliance, with Doug and myself and many others involved. It's trying to bring some cohesion to all the islands of excellence that we have out there right now, especially when it comes to responding to disasters like we've just seen with the hurricane down south.
You're telling me, Gavin, that there's a collaboration here happening with ISSA and Normie?
Yeah, so through the ISSA Normie Alliance, Jeff, we've been working pretty diligently and being very focused on how to do better for the industry. And it's, you just have to look what's out there in the media right now on all the discussions that emergency managements at the local level, the mayors have, and then go back to social media where it's going, hey, I need this humidifier delivered here. I've just run out of PPE. I don't have no more gloves. And you go, oh, hang on, guys, we should be more professional than that. We should be better organized than that.
That sounds like a good idea to serve people, to help. Doug, do you know anything about this?
Yeah, I was just thinking about what happened here in Louisiana when Katrina hit. We had been in business for about a year doing training. Of course, Louisiana had a licensing law, but the reality was that there was really not a focused central place where people could find the professionals that they needed. And as much as we appreciated, obviously, everybody from Tennessee and Georgia and Texas coming in to help, there was still that need. I think there was a vacuum for information. I remember doing several free seminars at a couple of libraries, people just hungering for information. And I think that's the idea here is how do we focus our energies into really helping these folks and helping them in a way that they're not going to pay the price years from now because maybe they had the work done incorrectly.
So Katrina, that was a devastating storm. We've seen others, and recently we've seen even more. This has been a busy year for storms. So what you two are cooking up together sounds like a nice solution to help the industry respond to needs. Doug, I see Gavin's in a nice home there, but you're in an office or something. Talk about that. Talk about the training centers and what they can do for this concept.
Well, thank you, Jeff. We're very excited about the fact that we're now being able to open up training centers around the country. Actually, we have one in Fort Lauderdale, which is our Normie Pro Academy South. We just opened this location, which is our Normie Pro Academy Central. And January 1, we're going to be opening Normie Pro Academy West, which is in Anaheim, California. So we're very excited about the possibility of being able to do training, not only from the initial training side of it, but also from the advanced training, which a lot of these guys need. Unfortunately, like so many things happen, somebody gets trained and they get a license and then you don't ever see them again. So what we're hoping is that we can provide the kind of depth of training that they need with this type of facility, that they can get the kind of advanced training they need on both the assessment side, on the remediation side, and then just in indoor air quality and microbials in general. So yeah, we've got a great facility here. Very excited about it. I think it's going to work out for us very, very well. And it's here located in a place where everybody wants to go. New Orleans, where we have great food, oysters.
I have sampled some of the good food down there. So I'm assuming some of that good food makes it to this classroom.
Maybe. No, that's the plan. In fact, a couple of our classes are actually on-site classes where we go actually into a facility and do an assessment. And some of those classes include lunches and dinners. So yeah, we take advantage of the resources as we can.
Okay. Gavin, what do you think about this? I know you enjoy a good classroom yourself.
Oh, it's so important, Jeff. The challenge that we have right now is, we have events occurring all the time. We've just had a huge event with the recent hurricane. We know the water will go down. We know the roofs will be repaired. We know the pictures in the news will go away, but the health problems will continue way beyond this. And the challenge we have is that how do we determine whether the building is healthy or unhealthy? The threats of disease are hard to see, but I think both Doug and I are in total agreement. We need to address these dangers, these health impacts, these health problems as seriously as we deal with raging floodwaters and roaring winds. And the only way we can do that is through certification and training facilities like what Normie is running and what Doug's just explained.
And as I could offer as well to that input, the reality that we're dealing with things you can't see. And so you've got to do testing on both the pre and post side to find out if in fact you have a problem, then if you've actually reduced that problem. A lot of people don't realize what happened at Katrina, which is also now happening in North Carolina. It happens in Florida. The water comes, it goes away. You may not have a mold problem right away, but how many of us saw the caskets floating down the lake? Now you're dealing with Cat 3 water, contaminated biological contaminants. So it's not just about mold, it's about microbials that you can't see.
Thank you, Doug and Gavin. You know, it seems like a lot of industries out there have requirements mandated by state and government to get your nails done. Not that I do that. To get your hair cut, to get your furnace or air conditioning worked on, to get your plumbing done in your home or business. It requires someone with a license, and that process to get that license is obviously intensive at times. Are we seeing that happening in this industry? I know we published a recent article on Clean Facts about something in Illinois. I'd love to hear both of you comment on this. What have you seen? What do you think is going to happen in the short term and long term with this?
The states have taken a couple of different paths. Some of the states have actually created boards, and those boards are licensing boards. They've set requirements for what the licensing should be and who should actually meet that training requirement. Other states have decided that they would rather have a registration process, or at least advise the public on who they should use, who should be they should be using for their program, for their needs, whatever their remediation needs are. And so I think a great example is we've got 5 states that do have licensing right now, but we also have states like Illinois that just came up with SB 1087, where they're saying if you're going to, it's basically a public awareness thing. If you're going to do mold remediation, then you need to look at the IICRC or NORMI, a third-party training association that's got a national presence. And so that's where I see it, as kind of these 2 different paths. And I think we're going to continue to see it, frankly, because microbes are becoming a bigger and bigger issue.
Thank you, Doug. And Gavin, anything to add to that?
Yeah, exactly what Doug had mentioned. You know, last time I looked at the map, Jeff, I think there was about 50 states, and Doug just mentioned 5. But what's happened in Illinois with the Mold Registration Act is pretty remarkable in the way that we're looking at, it's the invisible stuff that's most consequential to the health of the building and the health impacts to people. And what we're seeing now in Illinois, that Mold Registration Act comes under the Department of Public Health. Now, the Department of Public Health will want metrics, they'll want measurements, they'll want key performance indicators. So that's a whole fantastic new change to where the direction we're taking into registration, certification, and training all our first responders that are out there, whether it be a natural event or a man-made event or just an accident, water pipe breaks, for example. So the point where we're saying here right now is that the victims of all these disasters, right now, the problem with how we respond is that everyone throws money and resources in the acute phase, but there's not a lot of interest in the long-term phase, which is the health phase. So what are we doing 1 year, 5 years, 10 years from any event, any disaster, any emergency, when the attention's moved away, yet people are still dealing with it? And I think the Mold Registration Act and all the other licensing laws and requirements in those other 4 states are so important when it comes to professionalizing, becoming more professional at what we do, but doing it through a way of measurement and metrics and key performance indicators.
Let's dig into that a little bit. You mentioned, here, let me set this up a little bit. An event happens, a hurricane comes through, there's damage, there's response, things are fixed as best as can be done in the moment. Gavin, you mentioned years down the road. What are we talking about here? Once an issue is fixed, isn't it fixed?
Well, Ed, you're right, Jeff. Once you put a Band-Aid on a hemorrhage, it might stop the hemorrhage for a little while, but then it starts hemorrhaging again. What we're seeing when it comes to buildings that have come under disasters, emergencies, events where the building gets wet, water damage, Our job is to go there in the acute phase to dry it out. But then, more importantly, Jeff, we need to go back on a frequent period of time that's really laid out to understand whether that building, after being dried out, remains to be a healthy building. And that's so important because this connection, we understand that, for example, hurricanes are known for causing deaths and severe damage. We get that. But there's new research, Jeff, that's just come out that there are indirect drivers in these communities that have suffered a hurricane or a storm where thousands more deaths happen for up to 15 years after the storm passes. And going from the emergency phase, the acute phase, to a medium to long-term phase, it's what's so critical in the needs for our certification, our training right now, but also in our business processes.
Can I just point out something? I think this really reminds me of kind of where we are, what you're talking about, Gavin, is remember 9/11? How many years after 9/11 were people dealing with health effects as a result of them being in those contaminated environments? And I think, yes, you're correct. You can fix the problem. Everything looks great. But again, if it's not done correctly or you're not addressing the potential health issues, that's a big concern. One of the things that was exciting to me about what Illinois did, and this is a step in the right direction. I can tell you in 2004, a lot of people reacted to, oh, mold, what's the problem? Mold's been around since Leviticus. What's the big deal? And yet now what's happening, which I'm excited about, is Illinois says we want training, a public awareness program to let people know not just about the mold issues, but about the health effects of the mold issues. That's a huge step in the right direction.
Doug, you mentioned Katrina a while ago, and that was in 2005. Were you there?
I was here, yes. In fact, I wrote it out. I just finished my house a month before the hurricane hit. Fortunately, I'm from Florida, so I built the house with hurricane standards from Florida, 150 mile an hour wind load. So we didn't have any problem with our house. But as you can imagine, we were absolutely covered up with helping neighbors and people at church and giving seminars, trying to help folks figure out how to deal with this issue. So yes, I was here.
So thinking about the effect of a hurricane hitting, how many years would you say that impacted the area?
I would say at least 10, and probably in some areas more. There's still places where you can see damage.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we just had a hurricane come through, Hurricane Helene. Are we seeing a similar issue here where they're taking care of issues right now, but we're going to see years of impact from this hurricane?
Well, I can tell you that I think it's actually worse. And from this standpoint, looking at the infrastructure, it's not like running a wire across, level ground for a couple of miles. I cannot even imagine how long it's going to take for them to get back to quote unquote normal.
So what does the industry do with this conversation today? Gavin, what do you see as a critical need right now?
So the discussion we're having on the ISSA Normie Alliance is the list, the centralized list. And what we're seeing even after, the experience that both Doug and I, and probably even you, Jeff, have over years of dealing within the industry, where is that list of those that have been certified, those that have been trained, those that have the knowledge, skills, and abilities to respond to both natural events like these hurricanes and these storms, as well as other events that happen that cause severe damage to buildings. Because in any community, you're going to have critical infrastructure that's required. That building has to be recovered and back to normal as quickly as possible, just to keep society going. And then, of course, you've got all the dwellings, the hotels, and also the individual homes and houses where people live in that need to be go through the recovery phase and the damage assessment and be rebuilt and recover from that event. The challenge we have right now, Jeff, is where is the list? Who holds the list? Who should manage the list so that both federal, state, and local government officials and non-government officials can come to an association like ISSA or Normie and say, where is that list of who's been trained? Because there's so many people out there that are doing training. We just don't have a list right now. And that's a huge weakness in the industry.
But you're saying that this is one of the projects that you both are working on.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's critical. And it's critical to be, I think we're seeing ourselves as the glue, as we not just reach out to ISSA training or Normie training, but all those other training courses and that are out there, IRCRC, plus all of the other people that do training, and say, right, keep doing the training. That's your business. But when we do this, let's look at ourselves as forming one team that we can then approach the decision makers, be it government or non-government, saying, here's the list of companies, the list of people that have the knowledge, skills, and abilities to go and respond based on science with the right equipment, the right tools to do a job that's going to focus on recovery and the health of the building and the health of the people.
And I think if I could add something to this, Jeff, from the very beginning, our mission was to both train professionals and certify them, but also to train the public, to inform the public. And I feel like I would be neglecting it if I didn't say our nonprofit 501(c), which is NormieProETF.org, has some great documents on the landing page for people who are residents, to help them protect themselves during this process, and for volunteers. And so I think that's the point that Gavin's making, is we want to move forward with really helping the public and helping the professional, because both of them obviously are playing a part in this whole recovery process.
So this project you're working on, coming up with this list of individuals, companies that the government, consumers, anyone that needs help can access. When is that list going to be available?
Well, I can tell you that Normie already has a list available on our website, normiepro.com, where people can search for licensed, trained, certified remediators and assessors. That's already in place, has been in place since 2004, and they can search by zip code, city, and state.
And Gavin, what do you think?
And that's what we're doing, Jeff. The same thing through the ISSA Normie Alliance, is looking at those lists, seeing where there's overlap, seeing, we're mapping it down to the zip code level. Where are people located? Again, what we've found, and Doug and I were talking about this week, so many people are traveling hundreds to up to thousands of miles to come down from, say, Washington, California, and from different states to come over to North Carolina, Tennessee, Florida, Georgia right now to help them with Hurricane Helene efforts. So we know people will travel. We know they travel. What we don't know is who's traveling, who's there, who needs help with supply chains for, better, more PPE, personal protective equipment, who needs help with repositioning the equipment that we use, who needs more equipment because based on the damage assessment right now. So again, what we're trying to do here, Jeff, is just make us more professional, make us more coordinated.
Sounds like a project that will never have an end, because there will always be additions to this. It's just a project to help, and that will never be like it's done. Here it is. That's what I'm hearing. Doug?
It's a piece of string, Jeff. Yeah, and you've got to start somewhere.
Yes, exactly. Doug, just thinking about the recent hurricane, North Carolina and Georgia don't have licensing laws. That, when we think about that, anyone can go in and do the work. Is that what you're seeing? And how do you feel about that?
Yeah, it is that way. And the interesting thing about this is oftentimes the states will suspend their licensing laws, even when they have licensing laws in place, because what they want, and I don't want to sound cynical, but they want to get the tax base up. They want to get people back in their homes. And so they're open to letting anybody come in and do the work. I see that as an issue, obviously, because I know what kind of damage can be done if it's not done correctly. We saw that through Katrina when they suspended the licensing law here. We saw it the following year in Texas when they did the same thing. In Florida, they've determined not to do that. So if there's a hurricane in Florida, they're not going to suspend the licensing laws because they want professionals to do that work. And there's certainly enough of them out there. I think the key is as Gavin said, getting the information out there to let folks know, here's how you can find guys who are really well trained and certified, and then giving them the documentation that they need, the resources that they need, so that they can follow the right kind of guidelines to use the correct standard of care. So it really is about just getting the information out there and education.
All right. Anything we missed, Gavin, you want to cover before we wrap up?
Yeah, one last really big headline, I suppose this is an industry alert actually, Jeff, is that a new study came out yesterday. And that new study was by Stanford University researchers Rachel Young and Solomon Chiang. They published yesterday in the journal called Nature, which is freely available on the internet. And what they found was that in any given month, people in the US are dying earlier in their communities than they would have if a storm or hurricane hadn't hit their community. And what they did, what Angela and Solomon did, they looked at 501 hurricanes and storms in the United States between 1930 and 2015, and they found that the increase in deaths in those communities happened earlier, but more importantly, they persist for about 15 years after each weather event. And then they went through and they analyzed these hurricanes and storms in the United States, and they found that we were having an excess death of 55,000 to 88,000, or let's say if one average US hurricane had hit a community, we get about 7,000 to 11,000 excess deaths that happen earlier as if the storm had never happened. So if the community was not hit by the hurricane, those 7,000 to 11,000 excess deaths would not have happened from one storm, or the 55,000 or 88,000 on an annual basis would not have happened from all the different storms that we have. So this is really big information for us in that we don't understand the full health impact from an emergency or disaster like a hurricane or a storm, and we need to focus more on our response, how we respond, and the health of the building, not just from the acute phase of respond and then recovery, but for many years, up to 15 years later in those communities.
All of that is sobering information, important to know, because we can see the reason why your alliance is here and what you plan to do and how important that is. But thank you both for your time today. This is the first of many such industry alerts to keep people informed as to the work you're doing, and how others as well, as they watch this, can contact you and volunteer to help in this cause. I assume you both are open to collaboration from others.
Absolutely. That's what we want. I think we started with that comment, and it's really true. It takes a team. There's not one person that can do this.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say, Jeff, Doug and I are fully aware of all those people, with all those great people within our industry that have actually they've actually gone down to the areas that have been impacted in North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, and Florida. They've deployed themselves. We're with you guys. You've got my phone number. Give us a call if we can help.
Thank you both.
Hey there, my name's Doug Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director of NORMI, National Organization of Remediators and Mold Inspectors, and I'm so excited to be able to share with you information about our new certification, the Certified Remediator for Sensitized Individual. And this class is actually led by one of our new senior trainers, Michael Pinto, who's been in the sensitized individual field for many, many years. And I'm just going to turn it over to him and let him talk to you a little bit about why this class is so important for anybody that's in the industry. So, Michael, it's all yours.
Thank you, Doug. I appreciate that very much. Just want everybody to know that the reality is that you're dealing with sensitized individuals, whether you know it or not. Anybody who's in the mold assessing and or remediation field, some of the people that you're coming across indicate that they've been made sick by mold, or they, as you do your occupant interviews to understand what's going on in the home, you may find out that they're talking about symptoms. Now, we are not doctors, but what we are professionals that are trying to help resolve some of these issues. So what this particular class does, is three things very specifically. It helps turn you into a better remediator. There's absolutely no doubt about that. You can be a good remediator, you can be an average remediator, but this will help you be a better remediator. And that's just good across the board. The real issue, though, is that for sensitized individuals, it's a necessity. You can't miss the details. The second thing that the class does, expand upon some of the things that just get missed in a general sense in regards to following the IICRC S520, the mold standard. Most people know about conditions 1, 2, and 3, normal fungal ecology, and visible fungal growth as condition 3. What gets missed is that whole condition 2, deposition of airborne spores. And that brings us to the third thing as well, is how much money are you leaving on the table when you're doing a partial remediation and focusing on removing the source material, but you're not even investigating or offering to do some of the whole house cleaning or the cleaning that is necessary to take the condition 2 parts of the office or the home and bring that all back to a normal fungal ecology rather than just the area that you contained to remove the mold in the basement or the mold under the sink or the mold in the bathroom. So all of these things come into play in the NCRSI course, but the biggest thing is it makes you a better remediator across the board. And I'm excited to be one of the instructors, not the only instructor, but one of the instructors, and just share some of these tips and tricks over the course of the 2-day class. So we hope to see you there, and you can check the Normie schedule and the best training system schedule for when the next course is. Looking forward to seeing you either online or in person.
Thank you, Michael, and I'll look forward to seeing you at the next class.
Absolutely, Doug. Bless you.
Okay, everybody, we are back at the Experience Trade Show in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And I have a guest here with us that was actually attending some of our lectures earlier today, and it's Evie. And Evie's come a long way to this show and to come and talk with us. So Evie, say hi to everybody.
Hello, everyone. Hi from down under. This is Evie Sims from Bulk Sorting, come from Melbourne, Australia, and I'm really happy to be here.
Well, we're glad you're here. And, you were with us this morning in the lectures where we talked about marketing, mycotoxins, which I know you had said offline when we were talking, it's something new in Australia.
Yes, it is. It's something that has really been there. There's a lot of controversials about it, and it will be really good to get some more information on this so that we can actually debunk some of the myths that's out there.
Well, from what we talked about, it's pretty unregulated out in Australia. They don't really have legislation for licensing and stuff like that.
Yeah, not yet. Hey, hopefully, one day. That's your
goal.
Yeah.
Well, we had talked, we can, try to work with you and get training out there. And we've worked with people in Australia before. A matter of fact, one of the labs that we use is out of Australia.
That's amazing. It's really good it's good to know that we've got that technology, and yet we're not harnessing the opportunity to really understand a lot more about what's affecting a lot of homeowners, a lot of people that lives in rental properties, and the government actually understands a little bit about that because they had the biotoxin review. However, we kind of just stayed stagnant at a point. So I've been really wanting to find a way that we can bounce that conversation back up. And at the end of the day, it is the people that's suffering. So we need to help them.
Absolutely. And I mean, I'm doing this 20 years here in the States, and the shift in licensing requirements and better training, it's a slow process, but we're getting there. And it sounds like Australia is getting to the point where they're looking to start doing that. And especially with people like you interested.
Yeah, I think there is a bigger call and bigger demand for it. I think one of the Normie presentation by Michael Pinto he was talking about that mold's been here for a long time. You know, all the science that we talked about is now actually 25-year on is actually proven to be true. Some of the restoration people are doing actually the correct things. So we're now beginning to understand a lot more about what that is. So we need to just step up a little bit more, bring that back home, my home, and then establish a lot more ways that Europe can benefit, not just the Europe, because people are suffering, homes are not being mitigated properly. And that's a problem, hey?
Well, let's change gears here for a second. And it's what, 25 hours traveling from where you came from to get here?
Bit keen, eh?
Yeah. Okay.
29 hours in total. Eh?
Okay, then. So what brought you here?
So I'm here to start a Bulks Holdings Australia as a Bulks Holding USA LLC. So we sell restoration dehumidification systems with a company that's in UK, EcoPro. EcoPro has been in US for about a year too, but however, they haven't really been into restoration industry. I'm hoping to bring some education, some sort of new formats that's coming in here, and just help the restorers, homeowners, and whoever wants, some understanding on dehumidification desiccant units.
Well, I mean, it sounds like there's a synergy between what we do here in the States, what you're doing here in the States from Australia, and the UK, where we also have been doing training.
Yeah.
So we're in the same territory. So this could be a very interesting gathering that we're starting to put together here.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go to Australia.
Well, I think we should.
Well, I think it's something that you may hear about in the near future. So,
well, that's it.
We actually have a phone number in Australia.
Yeah.
No, a direct line to Normie from Australia. It's there.
What's your direct line?
I don't have it now, but it's an Australian number, so it's local to Australia.
So we'll get that number and we'll post it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
So that people can reach out to Normie. In Australia, trainings will come.
Yes.
And we'll be there. And so licensing format of some sort should be coming. So interesting points, eh?
All right. Well, we'll continue this discussion.
Yes,
Thank you.
we'll do. Thank you.
I want to welcome Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner from GBAC to join us today. And I'm just saying GBAC, but that's just a tiny piece of what you actually do. So could you say hello and kind of let us know who you really are?
Yeah, that's a good question, Lance. I'm not sure whether I do work for a living or I just follow a lot of great hobbies. I think what really makes everything worthwhile from my professional opinion is the people I work with. So I'm very fortunate within the entire cleaning industry. I just work with wonderful people, whether it be cleaning on the front lines of a commercial building, a school, an airport, a hotel, or working with remediators, restorers, whether they're dealing with mold, or we're trying to focus on the science of drying, for example. So it's just a fascinating industry. I don't know how you're doing, Lance, but at the moment I'm flat out. It's really busy.
It has been, and it's kind of increasing at an exponential rate. It's really strange that there's been so many weather events so far this year that have affected so much of just the U.S. alone, that we are extremely busy. Not complaining, but it's just like you said, flat out, I think is the term you used.
Yes, it is. It's been really interesting, Lance. We've seen on the news, all the focus on tornadoes, and we've seen an enormous number, an exceptional number of tornadoes in the last few months. But what we don't realize, Lance, is that where there's a tornado, there's a much larger severe thunderstorm. There's a rain event, there's a wind event. And so while we focus on the very critical needs of focusing on the impact of a tornado and the disaster and the catastrophic damage it can do, we start to forget that there's many other communities suffering from unusual rainfall, severe thunderstorms, I don't know what your night was last night, but we had power outages here in Washington, D.C. And that's really where the industry is looking at right now. There's so many opportunities for us based on these weather events.
Well, every year in May, Normie does a training for its members on hurricanes. Hurricane season starts June 1st. So we try to put it in everybody's mind again. This is what's coming, be prepared, stock up, all that stuff. And we do that. And sometimes you get the reaction where it's almost like people become blasé about the whole hurricane effect until it's going to happen. It's kind of like every year you see people that live in hurricane-prone areas lined up for 6 hours to buy plywood. Well, if you live there, why wouldn't you have plywood, or supplies you need? So this is the kind of thing that people don't really take seriously until it's going to affect them. And to your point, it doesn't have to be a hurricane or a major cyclone event. I mean, just from a severe thunderstorm, golf-sized or baseball-sized hail will puncture roofs, causing lots of water damage. So there's a lot of other effects that really happen from these major storms, which, as we know in the last month or two, from Texas all the way up to the Midwest, up to the East Coast, has been heavily affected by severe weather, and not from tropical weather systems.
No, you're absolutely right, Lance. And that preparedness that you just sort of outlined is opportunities for all of our colleagues in the clean industry. I'm seeing some great examples, especially this year. I do a lot of disaster preparedness, emergency management preparedness work, as well as response and recovery. But during that preparedness phase, as you really correctly outlined here, I've seen some really good examples, but they haven't gone to scale, and it's not enough, where actual cleaning professionals have been part of the planning process. But it's happening at a much smaller level than I think it should happen at, and at both at the state level, the local county level, the city level. We've got to be more involved as an industry in that preparedness planning process. As we saw, over the last couple of weeks, Lance, with those storms in Texas, the Midwest, and now we're seeing some stuff on the East Coast as well. When that piece of hail goes through your roof and it lets all the water in, or the rain is so torrential that you've got flooding, or you've had wind damage that's opened up half your house and you've got more water damage, where do you go? Where is it a Google search? Hopefully that's not what it is, but that I know that's what's happening. But more importantly, how do we position ourselves in the clean industry to be part of preparedness so that we're on the list, so that when the damage has happened, when the disaster has occurred, they just go down the list and go, here are all the cleaning professionals that have followed, say, an IRCRC standard. They're certified. They've done the Normie training. They're certified for that as well. And that we know that they have the skills, the knowledge, and the abilities to, again, do what is professional.
Well, let's get into that in a minute, but let's set the stage here, because you and I were talking a few days ago, and you had mentioned Colorado State University, I believe is the name. And I actually have a graphic here I'm going to bring up on the screen in a minute. And this is talking about weather modeling and forecasts and predictions for upcoming seasons. And we basically talked, and you said, and I looked in, and you were correct. It looks like it is the worst forecast ever on record that they're predicting for this season. So let me bring it up on the screen. I don't know if you want to just talk about this real quick, or mention a few things to people, but you can also explain about the modeling, because most people use either the US versions or the European models. And this is, to me, it looks like a hybrid. So let me just share my screen here for a sec. You should be able to see my screen now.
Yes, I can, Lance.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Colorado State University is forecasting with their whole atmospheric prediction center, and the numbers are staggering.
Yeah, it is. So hurricane season is real. It happens every year. It's no one takes bets on it, Lance, because it's just going to happen. We know that. But when it comes to modeling, and this is where we need to appreciate how that science of modeling has advanced so much. And again, it won't be 100% accurate, but it's going to be pretty damn good. in the fact that we've now got science, we've got so much data available to us, as well as the mathematicians, the university professors, the scientific experts that then can use massive amounts of data now in their algorithms, in their systems, to come up with a forecast like this. So really, we see a forecast from the government come out, oh yeah, that's the government. But when you see it from an independent body like the University of Colorado, which actually matches exactly what the government did forecast as well. But when they look at that, there's the opportunity for all of us in the clean industry.
You're absolutely right. And I think it's the preparedness side of it and the triage side, which we can talk about in a minute, because, what do you do when you come into a disaster area? I mean, they're talking on here, the predictions for 2024 are almost double the average for the last 30 years.
Well, it is
in every category.
When you look at named storm days, so don't just look at the storms themselves, the number of storms and how long that, remember Hurricane Katrina and how long that hung around, and remember the flooding and the disaster we had in Houston. That storm lasted for many days, not just hours. So we've got on this graph, on this table here, Lance, we've got the number of the named storms is higher than normal, but look at the named storm days. That's 115 in a season that runs from June to November. And that is double the average.
Yeah, it's pretty staggering looking at that. I mean, they talk about the energy of the storms, 210 compared to 123 over a season compared to 30 years of data. It's amazing the numbers they're looking at for this year.
So how do we define a hurricane? It's a rain event. It's a wind event. We're going to get damage to buildings. We're going to get water penetration. We're going to have drying issues. We're going to we know everything happens. Location is so important here. We know that those hurricanes will hit areas of high temperature, high humidity. We know what that leads to. Again, the possibility of increased growth of microorganisms, germs, and especially mold. So again, that science of drying is so important that it's done properly and appropriately. And again, we can now pre-position ourselves. This is what's so critical. I've seen so many examples from our colleagues in the industry going, I'm now moving from, and I'm giving you an example here, I'm moving from Virginia or North Carolina, and I'm going to put some of my workers, my assets, my business in Alabama, in Texas, in Florida. Why? Because they saw that forecast. And it's so important, Lance, that as we see that level of preparedness from some of our colleagues, that we try to expand that to many of our colleagues, because a forecast like that is going to show that there's going to be a real need for the science, the evidence, but more importantly, to ensure that those people that do respond are certified. And again, so, those southern states, they're going to get hit, possibly the East Coast. We've seen those storms come up the East Coast like Sandy did, Tropical Storm Sandy did, 2011 or thereabouts, when it hit New Jersey, where you live, as well as when it went into, left hook into New York, the damage it caused. It was the water damage. And if there's, if there's a group of professionals that have the knowledge, the skills, abilities, and the expertise in drying, it's us. And that's something that we need to do better in our advocacy, our awareness, our marketing, to ensure that the emergency managers know that we exist and who we are and who's credible and who's reliable.
You're absolutely correct. And, it's thinking of the issues that develop that aren't, I guess, the common themes that people think about, like you just mentioned, the water, the wind, things like that. Well, if you're sending a crew into this area, there may not be power. What are they going to do? There's only so much, you can't dry. There's no power for it, so you need generators. Well, there may not be fuel. You may have to bring that with you. I mean, all of these things just keep getting larger and larger as you're trying to prepare for it. Are your crews prepared for the weather conditions they're going to be in? I just saw last night they're predicting for Southern California and parts of Las Vegas, Nevada area, 111 plus degrees in the shade for the next few days. We're not at summer yet. We're 2 weeks away. And, how do you send a crew into work in an environment like that? And yes, it's the desert, but you can have flood damage. You can still have problems there.
Yeah, this is interesting, Lance. In the work that I used to do in like biological weapons, I used to respond to Ebola outbreaks in West Africa. You're in a hot, humid environment, and you're required to wear personal protective equipment. Actually, not required. You have to wear. This you get Ebola. That's a death sentence. It's this is a disease that didn't have any, that doesn't have a cure. So let's look at this now. We know where the hurricanes are going to most likely hit. We know those states, those locations. Yes, they're hot and humid. We know that our essential frontline industry workers are going to have to wear personal protective equipment. You can't clean these up in t-shirt and shorts. So how do we then train? How do we move quickly to ensure that they can work safely, they can work efficiently, and they can wear the personal protective equipment that's required in what I would really, these are hostile environments. And after a storm, it becomes even more hostile. And, so hostile, austere, whatever sort of terms you want to use, these are tough environments that I think we really have to go into that rapid training process right now of going, okay, guys, this is going to happen. We just saw the forecast. Lance just showed it. We've all seen it. We've heard about it. And we don't just wait now. We go into training mode. And how do we train people to wear personal protective equipment, to clean and dry and remediate, restore the way that is based on science, but to do it in a way that's safe for them, which is really, really important, so they continue and work the next day after that. And that's a critical need right now. It's going to be a tough summer. There's no doubt about it.
Well, it's also training on how to approach this disaster area. If you're sending a crew in, what do? You run to the worst looking spot, you run to what you can manage. Are you going to be tied up for weeks on one job? You need to manage all of that stuff against your resources and what you're going to have down the road available to you. It's like triaging a terrible accident scene. You need to know where to put your resources.
That's a really interesting point, Lance. Relationships matter.
Yeah.
And the point is that I just spoke to some colleagues, some good friends down in Texas. They've had some big storms. They've lost power. And even though they're in the industry, they're on a Google search looking for a remediator, restorer, a mold assessor. They're using Google. Why haven't we done better in creating those lists and sharing those lists with the key emergency management personnel, both at state and local level, the mayor's office, for example, the commerce of chambers, the business development community, so that people know that when that happens, and we know it's going to happen, the forecast is not just make-believe, it's based on a lot of information with good algorithms. So we are going to get hurricanes this season. That's going to happen, just like we did last year and the year before. But more importantly, be better prepared as an industry to say, here's the list. Here's the list of people that have been, that follow the IRCRC standards. They're certified. They've done the training through NORMI. They've got the necessary skills and abilities. You don't rely on Google to fix these really critical problems that we're going to see based on water and wind damage.
You say water and wind damage. I just want to mention something, and I've seen this over and over with not hurricane-sized stuff, at least by me, but with other types of major storms. People throughout the country have a perception of it's a Cat 1, Cat 2, Cat 3, Cat 4 hurricane. Well, that's a number. That's all that really is, and it's really looking at the general wind strength. But you get a Cat 1 storm up here on the East Coast from where you are in DC up through Maine. That is devastating compared to a Cat 3 down in Florida, Louisiana, where they don't have 200- and 300-year-old trees, that are, 200 and something feet in the air that are all going to come down, take out your power grids, or New York City with subways. It's all underground. It's below sea level. This is shutting down mass transit. I mean, and for those of you not familiar with New York City, you don't just get in your car and drive someplace in New York City. You crawl in traffic when everything is working. So when you lose your tunnels, your bridges and things like that, everything shuts down. So planning for that stuff, to your point, staging things is really the only way to really deal with this.
It is, Lance, and I've been, involved in emergency management and responding to disasters for many years. And when you actually go and meet the people in that location that have just experienced a tornado or the hurricane, the first thing they say to me is, "We'll never do this again." It shouldn't take a real world example to change people's behavior going, "No, I don't, next time I'm going to evacuate, or next time I'm going to be better prepared." That's not how life should work. And so it's really important right now. The question that I threw out to a group the other day when they were going to respond to some tornado damage and some big severe thunderstorms was, which car park are you going to? Where are you going to meet the mayor's office? Where are you going to meet the emergency managers? Where are you going to meet the people that are coordinating the response and recovery efforts? In what car park are you going to meet them in, so you can then be part of a coordinated professional approach? And no one knew this. They're going to drive into town and start making random phone calls or knocking on doors in the middle of a disaster. No, you've got to do better than that. And so part of our preparedness is to go, okay, if this hurricane hits New Orleans or Mobile, Alabama, or if it hits Galveston or if it hits Miami, Florida, this is where you go to meet where the emergency manager will be to coordinate the response, which is not just hours and days, it's weeks and months.
Well, the utility companies do that all the time. You see when they are expecting these high wind events, especially, they're moving resources from all over the country and staging them north, south, east, and west of where they're expecting problems. They can't put them in the area because then they become part of the problem, but at least they're staged to respond in.
That's a great analogy, Lance. We often see photos in the media of the utility companies, especially the power companies, all lining up, meeting outside of the disaster area, getting ready to go in, because electricity power loss is so critical for so many people that we have to restore it as quickly as possible. Something similar like that might help our industry. We may not have to go in the day of or the day after the disaster, but we need to be there pretty soon after. And so where is that staging area? How do we become part of the community is really a good conversation to be having right now.
There's different stages, as you're aware of, when you have these types of disasters. And the first one is rescue. That's what you're dealing with first. Rescue, you're trying to save lives. Property takes, second seat, or third, depending on what you're dealing with. But that process could take several days. Going in there because you want to go start drying out somebody's house, you're in the way of rescue efforts. So you don't want to be part of the problem either. When it switches over to, recovery, it's still not quite at that repair stage. Recovery is now salvaging what can be salvaged. And then you get into the repair and the build back and, restoring lives. But that's got to be coordinated. And you can't just go rushing in because you become part of the problem. We kid about it, but we say when you go to these types of storms, you don't want to fall into one of those two categories as a victim or survivor. Neither one is really where you want to be.
No, you're absolutely right, Lance. But a lot of the work that I'm involved in is under the umbrella of critical infrastructure protection. So it may not be going into a residential house or home to help. It's maybe the stadium that was acting as the evacuation center, or the school that needs to be up and running, or it may be a commercial building, or the airport that's been damaged, or the hotels or the convention center. So it's really, again, based on your risk assessment, based on your damage assessment, what are those buildings that fall under, say, critical infrastructure protection and needs, those buildings that we need for society, for the community to function, that have been damaged, that at least our industry can go in and help with immediately. So I understand that the cleaning of the houses, the drying the houses, that could come later, but the critical infrastructure stuff has to be done really soon after the disaster.
One of the things that we found when Hurricane Sandy came through the New Jersey Northeast area was there was a lot of publicity about all the gas stations. They're ready to go. They're fueled up. There's plenty of gas. Nobody had power. There was no requirement for the gas stations to have generators. So they had full tanks of gas. Nobody could pump them. And that became an issue which caused new ordinances to go into effect, forcing gas stations to put in generator systems to be able to pump gas. Because they could get the fuel, they just couldn't give it to anybody. Same kind of thing. If you're going into these areas, you need to make sure you can get resources.
Yeah, that's exactly that's so true. One of the things that I saw in Florida, I went down to after Hurricane Ian. Yeah, it was hot, it was humid. There was a lot of people removing debris in shorts and t-shirts. I saw a number of skin infections, and that seawater had come in. That sort of surge was pretty spectacular, and that brings in a lot of different germs, microbes, fungi. So we saw some pretty nasty skin infections because it was either, people hadn't been trained on how to wear personal protective equipment, didn't know where to get it, didn't have it. The idea of going into buildings that have been closed for days and even weeks in a hot, moist, humid environment and opening the door without any eye, nose, mouth protection.
Yep.
And it was like I was in one area where I had a team, and I went, and they were gung ho, ready to work. They were working really hard, and they were about to go into a building. Went, stop! This building's been closed, guys, for nearly 3 weeks. It's hot. It's wet. What's in there, I don't know, but we aren't protected to go in there. But that took a little bit of a discussion and conversation to look at the risks and the hazards we're about to face, slow things down a little bit until we got the right protective equipment. So those staging areas are important. Having the knowledge and the knowledge and the abilities to understand what protects you, or what can, first of all, what can hurt you, and then what's needed to protect you, is all part of our training. So it might be probably something that you've covered in your normie sort of hurricane preparedness courses, Lance.
Well, we do talk about that, and we actually have a website up for the public, hurricane.normie.org. It's there. It's always available for people to watch. We also have flood.normie.org. And, they cover a lot of the major issues. But from the cleaning industry, which is more specifically to what you do, I want to say general, instructions, but more of a recommendation for what people should do as business owners and homeowners, the two different things there. What should they do from the cleaning side? Right
now, and this is something that I think both Normie and We Can Help at ISSA, is make those connections. Again, if you've been certified, you've got the proper training, knowledge, abilities. You follow the standards like the IRCRC standards. You follow the training like Normie provides or ISSA provides. If we know that you're trained and what you do is professional, then we're more than willing to help make those connections at the local emergency management agency level, the mayor's office, as well as the emergency management agency, to start creating those that awareness that's lacking at the moment. As I said, I've seen some great examples where I was doing exercises, tabletops and drills in the last couple of months, and there were cleaning professionals at those exercises. That's really unusual for me. They usually don't turn up. They're not invited. And I'm starting to see them become invited, Lance. And that then leads to that when the tornado hits, severe thunderstorm, or the hurricane hits, at least those decision makers in the community have a list of trained, professional, credible cleaning industry professionals. And that's what we can do right now. It's June. There's no storms, no hurricanes on the horizon just yet, which is a good thing. So now is time to make those relationships, share your credentials, your expertise, and get on the list so that when that disaster happens, they come to you for the business.
Absolutely. And we have our Normie Pro site where people can locate Normie members throughout the country. But I want to just mention something to the general public that, would be seeing what we're talking about now. Quite often when these major disasters happen, especially in the states that have licensing regulations and things for people that are allowed to do this type of recovery work, sometimes they get overwhelmed in these states and they suspend the licensing laws. And they let any contractors come in and do this kind of work. Then it becomes the responsibility of the homeowner, the business owner, to make sure these people are trained. To your point, who are you trained by? Look, then go Google them. Make sure it's a reputable organization, because anybody with a pickup truck and a bucket doesn't become a cleaner and a remediator overnight. There's training, there's experience, there's working, kind of in a learning process that you must go through to know how to handle this stuff and safely.
And that's what's so critical, Lance. Drying a building is based on scientific principles. There's so many different surfaces, substances, materials in that building that you have to use science to dry them properly and safely so that people can go back and live in them safely and healthy and be healthy. Mold remediation is based on scientific principles. Again, so as you correctly said, we have seen in the past relaxation of the licensing requirements because there's a need for a surge. That's not good for the industry. That's not good for science. It's not good for what we do. And it doesn't guarantee that what you're doing works, doesn't guarantee it's effective, and it doesn't guarantee that that building is safe for when the people start using it again. And that's our job. Our job is to guarantee safety. And so that's why, you go through the certification programs, you go through the training, you go through continuous education to ensure that what you do works and creates a safe indoor space. It worries me. It really worries me when I see relaxation of anything in the middle of a disaster for a matter of convenience. And that then leads to problems.
Well, absolutely. And part of that problem is when a government entity issues an executive order or a bill is put through that changes the status quo, even if it's a short-term thing, people don't normally read the full impact or read into the full impact of what the bill says. I know with Texas, there was an issue where they suspended licensing laws. I think it was in the Houston area last time because of the massive flooding. They had like 40 inches of rain or something like that. But part of the executive order that was put out said that before the project could be finished, even if you weren't licensed to do the job, a licensed assessor had to clear it and guarantee there'd be no mold. But people weren't reading that far into it. They just said, oh, we don't need a license. Let's go do the work. And people were getting in trouble with that.
Yeah, and I think what you've highlighted, though, Lance, is critical. That the list that Normie holds is important. The list that ISSA have of our members. We know what training they've done. We know what they do. We know their capabilities. So it's really important that right now we work together to help our members be part of the team, be part of the disaster response and recovery teams. I think that's, for me, having been in the emergency management, disaster response industry for a number of years now, that's the biggest opportunity before the hurricanes hit right now, is if you're not part of it, then become part of it. If you need help in becoming part of it, reach out to us.
Absolutely. Call us. We're here to help, whether, you're more focused on the cleaning side or on the remediation or assessment side. And truthfully, they complement each other. So it's not really different sides. It's just different pieces of the same, solution. And I think the word you used before, team, really sums it up.
Yeah, and again, there's so many of our members that have got themselves organised. They're good case studies for us to look at. They're good examples for us to spread the word that this is how certain companies within our industry have got themselves organised to be part of that team, that disaster emergency management response team. But again, what I'm seeing, Lance, in the real world, there's so many more gaps and so many more opportunities to fill.
Absolutely. Well, I know we had started off talking earlier about, the alligators or crocodiles snapping at our heels here. We got so much going on. So I'm going to really thank you for taking your time out of what you've been doing to do this interview. There's a lot of information here that people need to hear over and over, not you hear it once and I'm good for 10 years. You need to stay on top of this, hear things over, and 2 years from now, oh, that's right, I do remember hearing that. And that's the whole reason for training and for being prepared and staging and working as a team, because somebody else may remember what you forgot.
No, you're absolutely right, Lance. And if a company, an organization, if someone has had success in being part of that emergency management team in the response to disasters, share that information with us. We'd be more than happy to tell that story to others and spread the word.
Absolutely. Gavin, I appreciate the time. And thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks, Lance. That was fun. Have a good day.
You too.
Good afternoon, or morning, I guess. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm sure that Mo told you when we created Normie in 2004, one of the interesting things was what we created it primarily for the Louisiana licensing law. And the Louisiana licensing law was the first law to go into effect for mold remediators in the country. So it was the first licensing law, and then what happened in 2005? Katrina. And so we were right there able to help, I think, a lot of people with some of the issues that were of a concern to us. I'm not sure if he talked about the difference between the IICRC and us, but they come from the business more from we're not competitors, by the way. As you know, if you're an IICRC person, you get continuing education credits off of this class. So we work together. We just look at the industry differently. They come from the water restoration side of the business. We come from the building side of the business. And one of the reasons why we do that is not just my background with my licensing, but the main reason we do that is because we try to look at the house and the problem that they're experiencing in terms of a mold issue as a holistic kind of problem, not just fix this problem and everything is great, but think in terms of how we can actually improve their indoor air quality. So when I was moved to New Orleans in 2002, I was actually doing some of the things that you guys are doing now and some of the things that we would recommend that you do in terms of ongoing IAQ management, which is what we call our sanitization protocol. How you create an environment in which mold won't grow. And that was really based on my book, Mold-Free Construction, which you have access to if you have the Normie app. We do have an audio version there, so you can just listen to it. Might put you to sleep, but you can listen to it if you like, because it's on iTunes and on Audible as an audio book. But the sanitization protocol really does improve people's indoor environments, so you have the ability to do that. And I just want to tell you about somebody that I met when I was in New Orleans. I was doing some trade shows, and a radio program, and I got a call from a lady. Her name was Laura DeRocher, and she had 4 children. And her youngest child, who was 8, had some very severe sinus issues. In fact, as she was talking to me, she had, of all 4 of her children, the other 3 had constantly been to the allergist every month. Now think about that for a second. Every month, for years, they had been to this allergy doctor. And she had found some mold up in the kitchen area over one of the cabinets, and she was concerned about how that might be affecting their kids, because she heard me on the radio and she knew that mold was an indoor air quality problem. She'd never really thought about that before. It's mold, how could it affect my children's health? But she was putting 2 and 2 together. She was saying, maybe there is a problem here with this mold that I'm seeing. So I went out there and I did the assessment. It took the sanitization protocol. It was not the amount of mold or the type of mold, or there wasn't a moisture problem that actually was causing the mold. It was actually a HVAC problem with the relative humidity. So we did the sanitization protocol, put it in place just like you see it today, exactly the same protocol. And she was really excited because in about a week she was feeling better. Her kids seemed to be feeling better. She wasn't sure. But the interesting thing that she told me when I was there visiting her was that her little child, the one that was just a few months old, they had scheduled that baby for surgery. sinus surgery. And she said, we've decided to kind of put it off because things seem to be going better. We'll see how this goes. Well, interesting story to kind of shorten everything up. About a year and a half later, maybe 2 years later, I got a call from her and she said, I got to tell you an interesting story. She said, first of all, I got a phone call from my pediatric physician, the allergist. He was concerned that we had switched doctors because I haven't taken my kids to the allergist in almost a year. We decided not to do surgery for the baby, and the baby is doing great. Now, a couple of years old, doesn't seem to have any allergies to the environment and what's going on. She said, I think you really solved a bigger problem than you maybe think you solved. The reason I'm telling you that story is because we hear that story over and over and over and over again. Maybe not quite as dramatic, but we hear that story over and over and over again. You are in a very, very important industry. You may not realize it, but one of the reasons why it's regulated is because you're dealing with people's health. The health of your employees, the health of your clients. That's what you're dealing with. And rather than thinking about just being a mold assessor or just being a mold remediator, as Mo's probably told you, we want you to think in terms of being an indoor air quality professional, because that's really what you're doing. I'm sure Mo told you already that when you start cleaning up mold problems in an environment, it's almost like a surrogate of other things that are going on in the environment. If you're reducing the mold, you're also reducing some of the other contaminants, the bacteria, the viruses, the particulates, some of the other stuff that's going on in the environment. So you can make a gigantic change to the environment. So our goal is for you to really think in terms of becoming an indoor air quality professional. And this is really the first step. If you haven't thought about that before, this is really the first step in that direction. And I'll tell you the other thing it'll do for you. I've been in business a very long time. I used to tell people I was self-unemployed in the construction industry. Been in business a really long time. And what you want is you want to edge in the market that makes you different from everybody else. And it's not about price, let me tell you.
Hi, everybody. This is Mike Balzano, publisher of R&R and The Experience Events. Welcome to Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Today, this is episode 13, lucky 13. We have a guest today who's no stranger to the experience. He's been a leader at this event in our industry for a long time. He's a husband. He's a father, a leader. He's a marketer, a cleaning expert, a salesman, a spokesman, an avid photographer, a bear and wildlife aficionado. We'll talk about that in a little bit for sure. Okay. He is a proud Colorado Buffalo. He is a veteran of the experience. And he's the vice president of marketing of HydroMaster. Of course, it's Mr. Doyle Bloss. Welcome, Doyle.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that introduction. I looked at some of the previous people that you guys signed up for this series of podcasts, and it's fun because they're a lot of fun people. But I also feel honored just to be mentioned in the same sentence as some of these folks, because they've all given a lot for the industry and to help build a unique experience as it goes, a unique opportunity for the entire industry to come together at an event. And it's exciting to be a part of that, because there was a time when the industry couldn't get together nationally. It just wasn't possible. There were too many organizations and too many places. So we'll talk more about that later. Yes, I am a proud Colorado Buffalo.
Yes, indeed.
And for those of you who don't like Coach Prime, I just have this to tell you. I indoctrinated both my sons into the Colorado Buffaloes. Neither one of them ended up going to school there, but they both live and bleed the Colorado Buffaloes like I do. And they're both in their 20s, and they've never seen anything. We've been lousy their entire lives. So we're hopeful Coach Prime gets us where we want to go. So we're excited about that. And yeah, I am a Colorado native, went to school at the University of Colorado, and my heart's in Colorado. But if you haven't looked there lately, the prices are in Colorado are about equal to the West Coast. So it's not a cheap place to live anymore.
No, that's a lot. And actually, that first answer was wonderful, Doyle, because I was going to say, thank you for saying the nice things about this podcast. The real secret is, yeah, they're great people I've been having on, but this is my first time doing this, so I'm looking at my favorite personalities in the industry, so I could just sit here and smile and let you do all the work. And it's working so far.
Good.
So, yeah, we almost moved to Colorado. Actually, we're down in Naples, Florida now. About 10 years ago, we realized we didn't have to sit through the crappy Ohio winters anymore. And because the snow there is you know it. You get a foot of snow in an hour, and then it's sunny for 3 days, and it's just beautiful. We have another event we run there. I go every year. I'm really flattered. I just love being there with the clear air.
Yeah, and people make fun. People keep asking me, why did you move to a little town in Kansas? And last week I was back in Everett at HydroMaster with our sales team and our production team, and we were having a bunch of meetings. And it took me about 10 minutes in the rental car on I-5 to remember why I like living in a small town in Kansas. So
yeah.
The lack of we have one red light in our town, and it starts flashing yellow at 6 p.m. every night. So that's the kind of traffic I have to put up with.
That's nice. That's I'm very jealous, actually. That is nice, especially as we're not 25 anymore and we roll along. It's
exactly
calm us down.
Yeah,
now as most people know, or for the two people who don't know, you've been in the industry forever, and actually your family has been in the industry forever. Tell me a little bit about how Ralph got started. Your dad and he's founded Steamway at age 60. Is that correct?
Well, he bought Steamway at age 60. He actually worked for the company for years before that. We lived in Illinois, and that's why I still root for the Cubbies. But we moved from Illinois back to Colorado. We couldn't wait to get back to Colorado, and he went to work for a gentleman named Clark Seedloom, who had started. Clark was one of the original pioneers in the industry. And when I throw out some of these names, the people under 40 are going to roll their eyes and go, "Who's that?" But I have written a lot of history stuff about the industry, because I do think we owe a lot to those original pioneers in the industry that started companies. And I'll tell you a little story about that, because I actually started. My dad went to work for Steamway, so when I was a teenager, I got an old Steamway portable. Those of you who've been around a long time remember the old Steamway 400. Portable is kind of an oxymoron. They weighed 168 pounds, but I was 15 years old, and a friend of mine and I decided we were going to start cleaning carpets. And my mother drove us to our first jobs in a cherry red 1972 Ford station wagon.
Yep.
But we discovered real quick that there was a lot more money in cleaning carpets than there was in flipping burgers at McDonald's or whatever else teenagers did in those days. So we started a carpet cleaning business, and I've heard a lot of the great stories about, how people originally got in the industry, but one of the ones that I like to tell is I've been cleaning carpets for about a year, and we got a job to clean my dentist's office, and it was a 3-story building. So my friend and I that were running a carpet cleaning business, we figured if we could clean the carpets in a 3-story building, we could probably retire after that. I mean, this job, the numbers were so big, and it's probably a $2,000 job, but we thought this was it. And so we started cleaning the carpet. And of course, it's in the middle of the night when they're closed. And about 2 hours after we started, we were so proud of the route, the how fast we were going and how clean, how good the carpet looked. But we looked back over the carpet, and there weren't ripples in the carpet. There were waves. And I'm talking about knee-high waves in the carpet. And back then, there wasn't ICRC schools. There certainly wasn't the internet. There wasn't people you could call to learn, what's happening and what should you do. The only person that I knew that I could call for help was my dad.
Mm-hmm.
And, my dad had a reputation of being this very kind soul. I have to tell you, he wasn't very kind that night, because I couldn't get him to quit laughing, because I really thought my life was over. I envisioned that I was going to be indebted to the owner of this building for the rest of my life, trying to buy them new carpet. And finally, in between my dad's chuckles, he finally spit out, "Let it dry, it'll go back down." And he was right. Of course it did, and it looked good, and nobody but my friend and I that were cleaning it ever even knew that happened. But for a while, I really did think my life was open. And I know a lot of my friends that were back in the industry in the 70s cleaning carpets can relate to that story, because there was just a lot of stuff going on then in terms of the backings and the types of carpet fibers and just a general lack of knowledge. A lot of it was trial and error. That's kind of what you did sometimes, is you tried it and hoped that it went well. So we enjoyed that, but I ended up going off to college. I was going to be a CPA. That was my big goal, and so I went to the University of Colorado. But right when I graduated, my dad finally had the opportunity to buy Steamway from the original owner, and he was 60 years old at the time. So the bank asked him, you know how banks are, even to this day. They were polite about it, but they kind of said, you're getting up there in years, and you could kick off at any time. So could you get somebody to co-sign this loan? So he said, well, my son just recently graduated from the University of Colorado. He's going to be a CPA. And they said, okay, we'll take him. So I ended up co-signing the loan with my dad to buy the company. And I went back off to college because I was going to get a master's degree. And my dad would call me about every 2 weeks and say, son, I love you, and I'm glad you're out there having fun. At this time, I was only 3. And he said, but I'm old and senile, and your name's on this loan too. I sure would appreciate it if you'd come back here and help me run this place. And by that time, my little brother had gotten involved, and my mom had gotten involved. So it had already become a family business. And so I thought about it, and I said, Dad, I really like it here. And he said, okay. So he would make that call about every month. And, I'm old and senile. And that's funny because he was 60 years old at the time, and he worked every day he was alive until he passed away at the age of 79 at Steamway. So it wasn't like he was on the edge of losing it. He enjoyed this industry in a way that I don't think a lot of people can understand back then. And the things that he loved about the industry, I tell people that's the things I love. There's no other industry that I know of. I'm sure there are, but I don't know about it, where a husband and wife can decide to start a cleaning business and basically pull themselves up by their bootstraps, not have a lot of money. And 5 years later, they're not only making a good living for themselves, they've got 2 or 3 employees that they're making a good living for. That's why I love this business. In spite of ourselves, we can be successful at it. And the 70s and 80s proved that, because there was nobody teaching anything back then. But early on, when I finally acquiesced and went to work for my dad. And, the first thing he did was sit me down at a class taught by Matt Clark, who was a business operator. And he taught business management, and the Stop franchise is eventually where he ended up. And I met people like Ron Toney and Jeff Bishop and so many of the early pioneers of education in our industry. And that's caught my attention. I mean, I loved working with those guys. And so from day one in the industry, I was really involved in the educational side. And that was a big part of what Steamway did back in the day. And so it wasn't just making equipment and talking to people about truck mounts. That's another thing that I enjoy about the industry, is that everything kind of stays in the same pattern. Back then, the big argument was about portables versus truck mounts. Do you really need a truck mounts? Now we talk about low moisture versus truck mounts. And obviously there's a place for everything. There is. But there's nothing like a fire-breathing truck mount. There's just nothing. And people who try and explain them away just don't understand the science of cleaning. So obviously I've spent my entire life involved in the supply side of the business. In 2003, after we had sold the business, when you buy this, Mike, when you buy a family business, it's very difficult to make your own way. And one of the things that I decided to do was, my brother had left for Hawaii to become a realtor. We don't even talk about him anymore. He's the black sheep of the family living in Hawaii. So seriously, he's doing great over there.
I'll bet.
Yeah. It's a tough life, but somebody's got to live there. But I just decided that it was after my father had passed away, and the new owner really needed to make his mark on the company. And I decided, I was presented with an opportunity by the Hanks brothers to go out to work at what was known at the time as Hydroforce or Bridgepoint. Today we know it as a Ramsco, or in Salt Lake City. And it was a big change. I mean, I've been in a family business for 20 years. And you know, at the time I left Steamway, I was the president of the company, and I went to work for them out there and absolutely loved what they were doing with that company. They were also involved deeply in education and training, and you know, the idea that they were building this network of distributors across the United States that could get supplies into the hands of cleaning and restoration professionals. You know, I still laugh when I read on some of the forums about people complaining, well, my nearest distributor is 3 hours away. And well, there was a time when your nearest distributor was like 5 states away. So
Yeah, move to Montana. Good luck with that.
yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, Montana's, and yeah, we used to give a hard time to our distributor in Montana because he was selling so many truck mounts. We were convinced that he must be getting elk and bighorn sheep to go into the cleaning business. So then I spent about 10 years there and was presented with an opportunity to go to work with Hydromaster. And I'd always admired Hydromaster. You know, when I was working at Steamway, they were a direct competitor, but Mike Palmer and Steve Brandt and the guys who built Hydromaster were friends of mine. And I, you know, working at Bridgepoint, we were a big vendor. We were a big distributor for them, a big customer of theirs. So I went to work for Hydromaster and have been there ever since through a lot of different changes and ownerships and general managers. But one thing that's stayed true is the value of the cleaning equipment that the company manufactures. And it's been a fun ride. But like people ask me all the time, have you ever thought about leaving the industry? And sure, I mean, I've been presented with opportunities to leave the industry and go into training or public speaking and things like that. But I just love the fact that our business still represents such a great opportunity for people to grow a business and make something that is bigger than they ever imagined they could have. And that's, I think, one of the great joys about the Experience Convention is the ability of everyone to come together and celebrate what is a fantastic industry. So that's kind of like the quick history of what Doyle's been up to. And you know, I'm on the tail end. Barry Costa and I were standing at the Experience Convention a couple of years ago. And one of the things that I always loved that Barry did was recognizing people from the industry who passed away. And he kind of had an in memoriam thing with pictures and a little bit about their story. And obviously, you know, 100 words don't do the justice to the life of anyone, much less some of the pioneers in our industry. But I looked at Barry and I said, you know, the problem, these people on the in memoriam board now are not our mentors.
Yeah.
they're our peers. So that's, I think, when I first recognized, and you know, that's one of the things before I ever retire, I'm hopeful that younger leadership steps up. And I think some of them have. You know, Lisa Wagner may not consider herself to be younger than me, but she is, and she's a big part of what the Experience Convention does, and Mark Kennedy and some of those folks. And I think, you know, the leadership is evolving that will take this industry into the next century. And if you look at the amount of change that's happened just in my 40-year career, imagine what this industry is going to look like in 2060, 2070, and what it might be doing. And so it's exciting to see that. You mentioned photography. Yes. I do when I'm not working in the carpet cleaning business or in the restoration business, I do love to do wildlife photography. I try to go to Yellowstone or Grand Teton or Rocky Mountain National Park at least once a year. I love to photograph grizzly bears. I guess the best story I can tell about that was the first time that I was ever within range of the grizzly bear. It was about 75 yards away from us, and you're supposed to be 100 yards.
Right.
And but I had my 2 sons with me, and my youngest son, Josh, was about 6 or 7 at the time. And I looked at him, I said, so Josh, are you scared of this bear? And he said, no, Dad, I don't have to outrun the bear. I just have to outrun you.
That's right.
So
That's right.
he quickly understood what we were doing, but to see wildlife in their natural habitat and photograph them, there's just nothing that I enjoy more. It's a grand opportunity, and obviously, it's changed a lot. People ask me about it that are going to Yellowstone or going to Grand Teton. 30 years ago, to see a grizzly bear, it was a rare thing. You were lucky enough to see one. Now it's fairly common. The grizzly bear population is growing. Any of our friends up in Montana can tell you that, because it's expanding into neighborhoods and places where they traditionally were but haven't been in 150 years. But it's just a bighorn sheep, elk, deer. If they've got antlers or horns, I like to take pictures of them. And so I spend as much time as I can doing that, and it's just for fun. My nephew is a professional photographer, and he went on several trips to Yellowstone with me. And my brother asked me to take him out there because I asked him. He knew what all this camera gear was, and we were standing in a fox den where there was a fox with 4 brand new kits that had just been born. And I asked him to add up the amount of money that was in the photography equipment. And he said about $700,000 is what he came up with, was standing there by us. And I said, just remember that photography is a great thing to go into, but it's a very competitive business. So he's actually ended up being a very successful photographer, but he lives in Kauai, so he's got plenty of opportunities to take pictures of beautiful things. So that's what I like to do when I'm not doing things. I'm involved in church activities. I love to do that. My faith's a big part of my life and always has been. So I enjoy this industry and I enjoy the experience. So let's talk more about that.
Well, I want to go real quick because you said some great things. I want to ask you some quick questions about First, it's the 13th one we've done. Everybody, we drift into why did you get into the 2 answers. Well, number 1, we want to help people, which is true. And what you said is that it's an easy way to start the American dream. It's an easy way to start a business and get started. And I think both of those whys are wonderful and make you more excited to get involved in this, in my opinion. Because everybody has the same thoughts. We're helping people out at their darkest hour, and we can start a business. And anyway,
when you're in business for yourself and a challenge comes up,
right?
Sometimes you honestly think I must be the only person this has ever happened to. This is
right.
There are some bizarre things that happen, but you know what? Over the years, I've learned if it happened to you, it's probably happened to somebody else, and somebody out there, maybe through trial and error, maybe through the education they got, they figured out a way to fix it.
And as you mentioned before, I mean, we have some, I've been on my soapbox all year about getting our great leaders to mentor the next generation coming up. And I always have to explain that I have an AARP card too. I'm not saying go away. I'm saying you're the stars of this industry, begging you to help these kids find the way, because they're excited to come in. And I think that's great. Do you think your dad saw something in you? I mean, I know he tried to kind of trick you into signing that loan, as dads do. But do you think he saw something with this way to get you? Because you know what? I'm happy he's gonna be an accountant, but I know he could be great at this. Or
I do. I think he thought I was way too dynamic of a person and liked people too much to be a CPA.
Right.
If you think about it, and obviously there's lots of wonderful people who are CPAs, but it's a desk job. It's behind the scenes. It's back in that corner counting numbers and doing things. And I have a friend who went on to be a very successful partner at KPMG and has a wonderful wife and daughter and is super, super successful. But, he and I grew up together and we both went to school together to be CPAs. But yeah, I do. I think my dad thought, he's a people person like I am, and he needs to be out with people. I don't have any doubt about it.
You and your dad were huge and are huge parts of the experience events. And by the way, it's a good time to mention the next event is coming up April 3rd to the 5th in Chattanooga. at the Chattanooga Convention Center. You
That's
can
right.
get
And everybody has to sing "Pardon Me, Roy" is at the Chattanooga Choo Choo.
Chattanooga Choo Choos are involved, and Sean Bission is already working on he's a train guy, as you know. He's working on some choo choo
Yes.
based fun.
And listen, let me tell you a couple things about
Yeah.
Chattanooga. Number one, the train itself, where they have the Chattanooga Choo Choo, is an awesome place. It's fun. And people don't understand Chattanooga is a great place to go. I've traveled the whole world, and I think the best aquarium I've ever been to is in Chattanooga, Tennessee. So if you love sea wildlife, they have just an awesome aquarium.
Perfect. What now? One of the things we know by our friends at Clean Facts event originally started the Ralph Bloss Award, the humanitarian award. What was the origin of that? I mean, obviously it's because he was such a legend in the industry.
Well, I'll tell you, it was actually the brainchild of a gentleman named Evan Kessler, who was the publisher at the time of ICS magazine, which was a BNP meeting.
And R&R. So he was the
Yep.
original creator of this
He was
magazine.
the editor of at the time.
Right.
And he's still very good friends with our family. And as a matter of fact, just recently announced he's retiring because of some health issues. And Evan was another pioneer in our industry, and his original boss, Howard Olansky. I've talked about both of them in my history blog that I have. But Evan went to my dad's funeral, and everybody that was from the industry knew about my dad's contributions inside the industry. But I think the thing that struck him is that there were 18 pastors at my dad's funeral. Head pastors of churches.
Wow.
And one of the things that my dad did in his life was pastor to pastors. And what I mean by that, if you think about it, if the preacher of your church or your synagogue or whatever faith you might be, if the bishop, or whoever it might be that is assigned to, tender to the flock, who tenders to them? Because they're just people. And that was one of the things that my dad loved to do, was to encourage and counsel pastors. And then the other thing that I think struck Evan at the time was all the different charitable events and things that my dad was involved in that he knew nothing about. He felt like I thought I knew this guy. And the church camp that I went to when I was a kid in Colorado had just named a cabin because of all his contributions to that church camp. And what it really came down to is that my dad got involved anywhere, anything. He got involved, and he did something about it. And so that kind of birthed the idea that there was a lot of people in our industry that do humanitarian efforts. Some of them are well known. Some of them you've never heard of. Some of their humanitarian efforts are well known, and some you don't know anything about until somebody tells you about them. One of the definitions of humanitarian is somebody who does something without recognition. And there's literally thousands of people in our industry who mentor and serve their communities in a way that most of us never know about. I read about a carpet cleaner in the United Kingdom who 2 weeks ago went to a job site where he was cleaning for a 93-year-old woman that was dying of leukemia.
Mm-hmm.
And he just said at the end of the job, he couldn't possibly bring himself to charge that way. And that's the kind of industry, right? People who care.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what birthed that award, is that it recognizes people. Sometimes you've heard of them, and sometimes you have no idea who they are. And last year's winner, Jorge, he's one of the best human beings you could ever meet. And I didn't know Jorge, so he won the award. A lot of my friends knew him, but I didn't know him. And after meeting him, I'm like, wow, this is one impressive individual. And that's what's been the funnest thing about the award, is the people who vote on it, the people who vote on the winners. It's not political. It's not out to recognize the biggest supplier, although some of the biggest people from the biggest suppliers have won. It's voted on by the past winners.
Right.
So it's like, and now we're up 20 something winners. So it's always an impassioned thing. They take this, the men and women on that committee take that award so seriously. You can't imagine how serious they are about it. And they take it and every year the vote is close because we always get 2 or 3 candidates that just stand out. And it's always very close. It's not like, that one person runs away with it. There's always 2 or 3 very, very worthy recipients. And there's literally 50 or 60 people that have been nominated over the years that have never won it. And their nomination gets voted, and they may never win it, but they're just superhuman beings. They're just the things they do for their community and the industry itself, but mainly their community on this award are just outstanding. So I really appreciate BNP Media and the experience, Larry and Clean Facts carried it on, and I'm very appreciative of it because there's plenty of awards that recognize people who achieve things in our industry inside the industry. But sometimes we need to step back and go, there is life outside of cleaning and restoration, and recognize people who are just doggone good people. That's what it comes down to.
Just again, doing these 12 little interviews, I've learned everybody's got such a great, you peel the onion back. They're good people. Like what you just explained, Lisa Lavender owned an Arena Football League team. Lisa Kennedy went to go to school to study Russian studies when the USSR crumbled. It's like all these interesting things. And I'd imagine it's not just the 12 people I talked to. It's an industry-wide phenomenon. The Ralph Bloss Humanitarian Award is such a big deal at our event every year. And I'm so glad that we're still doing it. And what's the first time you went to the experience? Do you remember?
That's a great question, Mike. The truth is that if you go back in time, before the connections and then what became the Experience Convention, there were 13 different trade associations, regional trade associations around the country that held their own events. And I feel fortunate that when I was traveling young in my career, I did get to go to a lot of those events because I've met people at MSPCA and NEIRC and SCRT and CFI and CCI&W and PRCA, and I could go on with the alphabet soup, but the people that I met, just tremendous people. But the truth is that their events were local. And at the time, every manufacturer, there weren't a lot, the restoration industry wasn't nearly as developed then as it is now. Now if you have a restoration event, you've got consultants, you've got software, you've got all kinds of detection equipment, computer, you name it that has an interest in our industry. Back then it was people who made air movers and dehumidifiers and people who made truck mounts and portables and chemicals. And that's really all there was. And so you'd go to these regional events and, there might be 150 people there. I always tell my favorite story is my dad went to a trade show in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Now, if I'm going to plan a trade show, Tulsa, Oklahoma is destination that I would think of. But actually, I'm kidding. But I love Tulsa. I live near Tulsa.
Right, I understood.
Yeah, I don't want to insult all my friends in Tulsa, but I think they would admit that nobody goes to Tulsa on vacation. But there were 54 exhibitors, and the attendance was 27. 27 people came to the show. But my dad, the ever optimistic, I said, so how do you? Oh, it's great. It's fantastic. But made lots of good connections. That was my father. There was never an event where we didn't meet somebody who was going to be an integral part of the future of our company. And that was his optimism. That was always the way he looked at it. But as you can tell, those events were expensive for the vendors. They weren't well attended. Generally, you were talking to people who, you and I talked about this, Mike. Who do I want to meet at a trade show? I want to see all my friends. I want to see all my customers. But to make it financially beneficial, I need to meet some people I've never met before who are newer to the industry and they haven't been in it 25 years and they've been using this brand of truck mount since the beginning and they're happy with it. I need to meet some new people. And so all you met were the same friends. But the bigger part of it was that because there were so many small regional events, there was never an opportunity for the industry to get together as one group. And so all the trade associations came together and Larry Cooper birthed the idea of, at the time it was called Connections. And it started, I remember I've been to every single experience event except one since its inception. And it started out, it wasn't a great success at the beginning, but it wasn't a flop either. It went really well because the industry was clamoring for a national event. And obviously, over the years, it became immediately obvious that in spite of what some of us think of Las Vegas, that is the place to go. That's where people go.
I feel exactly the same way, by the way. Go ahead.
I like to tell the story. The first time my wife went there with me, was driving out of town, and she kept turning around as we were driving away from Las Vegas. And I said, honey, what are you doing? She says, I'm looking for the pillar of salt shaped as life. Some of you will get that joke, and some of you have no idea what that means. But anyway, that's Las Vegas. But it's obviously a destination. There's so much to do there. But also that there have been many other successful East Coast events. You know, you and I were talking about Clearwater Beach and what a great place that was. And that outgrew the facility that the event was in. You know, I think everybody gets, why'd they ever move it from there? Because it couldn't hold it anymore.
We got too big.
It got big. So the first events, were fairly successful, but as you know, this industry is full of organizations, and I don't mean this to sound bad. It's not. They have an agenda that has to do with them, and so there were some groups that never did join the experience. Some trade associations, some franchises, obviously, that never joined the experience. But it became the go-to national event, and it really did. And I know that, you know, every year, and especially Mike, now that you're the person running the show, you're going to hear from people who are disappointed in this and disappointed in that. And what, you know, it's nothing but, you know, you'll hear complaints. But let me tell you, if you haven't been around a while, you don't have the ability to learn from history. And the industry needs a single go-to national event that everyone is welcome. Doesn't mean that they need to stop their event, but there's certainly nothing wrong with coming to this event. And it needs that. And as over the last few years, as you know, that the restoration industry has taken on a life of its own, and there's a lot of events because of the importance of restoration, first response, and things like that. As some of these bigger hurricanes hit, and literally people lost their lives and their homes and all that. You know, the government got involved in everything else. But I encourage people. The experience event is the industry event. It's the go-to industry event where everyone is welcome. Anybody can attend. Anybody can exhibit. Unfortunately, Mike, you even let my competitors in. I don't know why, but you do. And it's a place that you can be at. And, you know, the truth is some of the manufacturers have backed away from the trade. And you and I know why. It's very expensive. It's very expensive to put on a trade show. If people had any idea how much you had to pay for that room a day.
No, for sure.
Yeah. And if they knew that, you know, what dryage costs and all the things that the exhibitors have to pay to get in there. But in the end, it's worth it. It's worth it because it's the industry coming together. And the truth is, you need the exhibitors. You need the new equipment or the new software or the new, you know, consultant or whatever it is. You need those because that's what attracts people to come. But the biggest part of the event is sitting there talking to each other in the 10 minutes before the speech starts. And I don't think people understand how fun it is to be amongst peers who are there to help you grow. And that's, you know, I'm here to learn. Here's what I tried. It worked. This didn't. That's the best part of the experience, is the ability to learn from your peers. And the truth is, over the years with the trade shows, I think people miss, because carpet cleaning can be so competitive. People think that everybody's like that. some of my best friends work for competitors. I enjoy getting to see them and catch up with them, to find out how their families do it and all that. You know, the exhibitors in this, and it hasn't always been this way, but the exhibitors in this industry are friends with each other, and they enjoy getting together. And the truth is, we'd rather talk to end users, but if we get a chance to talk to each other, that's great too, and catch up. And so the experience is the go-to industry event, and it grew out of a need for the industry to have a single go-to place that anybody was welcome at. And it's a great opportunity to learn, a great opportunity to network, and the truth is, have some fun. I mean, if you like Vegas, you'll have fun in Vegas. If you don't like Vegas, you know, listen, if I can find things to do in Vegas, anybody can. I don't like 90% of Vegas, but there are things there that I had no idea how talented Donnie and Marie Osmond, as an example. So there you go.
You're still going strong.
That's one of the best shows I've ever been to.
Well, I got to pull us in though. Before we go to Vegas, we got to go to Chattanooga, Tennessee.
That's right. So let's focus on Chattanooga, because the East Coast event has always been smaller. Yeah. And depending on where it's been in Atlanta, it's been in Florida, it was in Cincinnati a couple of years back. Depending on where it's at, the audience kind of changes. And that's nothing wrong with that. That's actually can be a good thing, because it's different people every year for you to meet. But the upcoming event in Chattanooga, you know, the lineup that you guys put together every year is just phenomenal. And I know that there's some people out there who bellyache about the influence that this organization or that company has on the event, and this speaker and that speaker. But you know, some of the smartest people I know work for my competition, and they have things that they can teach you to help your business with. So the fact that they don't work for HydroMaster doesn't mean that they don't have value. It means that they do. There's a lot of value in what they have to say. So the people that are there, and you've been interviewed, you know, the Barry Costas and the Sean DeSales and Lisa Wagner's and Mark Kennedy's and on, and Chuck Viola, you've got Chuck and I think we're the first two people in the industry who actually taught somebody, you know, how to do cost analysis. And he's made a business out of it, and it just does a tremendous job. And on and on and on. I can't name everybody, but the show that you put together in Chattanooga is one that people would be crazy if they didn't consider going, especially if they're in the eastern half of the United States and they're not Vegas fans. That, you know, if there's a lot of people out there that aren't Vegas. If you're not a Vegas fan, then go to Chattanooga. That's right. Chattanooga's about as the opposite of Vegas as you can get. And we'll all go out and get grits and have a good time.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely.
I've always said, Larry, he didn't name this the experience by chance. He wants everybody to have fun, have an experience, have a good time. But you're right. I mean, the hands-on is what brings a lot of attendees, and those attendees are the ones who are going to buy your products. And that's the whole point of it. One final thing I want to throw out there. You triggered something that I was thinking about in another podcast about what I learned during COVID. And I think, you know what, we can all agree on this. I dare to say, is that you got to be with people. You know, we were without people for a couple of years, and bad stuff happened all over the place.
We're still suffering from the
ramifications. And so I agree with 100%. Getting to expos and coming out and seeing your friends and your competitors. And I also said, it's funny you mentioned about your competitors. I mean, Tom Brady and Peyton Manning are best friends now. That didn't mean they want to beat each other's brains in when they played. That's okay. It's American competition. That's okay. So this is great. By the way, Doyle and HydroMaster are going to be exhibiting in Chattanooga. And please make plans to join us and attend the experience April 3rd through the 5th. You can register through our website, rnrmagonline.com. You could find this in all R&R videos and podcasts on YouTube, Apple, Spotify. Please follow us if you haven't already, and feel free to leave a quick review. And also, please follow us on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. A very special thank you to our guest, the one and only Doyle Bloss. This is Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Thank you for joining us. We look forward to seeing you again next week. Thanks, Doyle.
There we go.
Okay, everybody, we are back live again from the Experience Trade Show in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And we have the person now that if something goes wrong, gets blamed.
Yes, that is 100% true.
Mike Balzano from BMP Media.
Yes.
And your official title of this show is the person to blame, right?
I'm the group publisher. I'm a publisher of R&R, and I'm the person to blame at the Experience. That's 100% correct.
Well, I haven't found any fault yet. So
Knock on wood. That's good.
But it's early in the interview, so we'll see where that goes.
I wanted, before we get started, I want to say we talked at the Experience in September, and it was one of my favorite interviews we've ever done. So as a tribute to that, I wore the exact same outfit. I swear to God.
You did have it cleaned first, right?
Cleaned. This is my black shirt. Little for you, my man.
Well, it's consistency. I appreciate that.
It's a luck thing.
Absolutely. So we're here at the Tennessee show. This is, I guess, what you would call your East Coast show or your spring show.
Yeah. Yes. I think we were talking about that too. When we should change the names, if it should be spring and fall, or because everybody calls it anyway, right?
Yeah.
Spring experience, the fall experience. This year we're in Chattanooga, and the reason I know this was chosen because we want to take tours of the Shaw flooring plant. And that would happen Tuesday too. Big success. People that went there loved it. And so I'm glad we came in. Chattanooga I've never been here before. It's pretty nice.
Me either. So.
Man.
It's definitely different. It's kind of like the big city that isn't.
Yeah. And we are also very happy. I mean, since we're here now, you people don't know. I wish you'd come here, but we still have a day to go. You can get here tomorrow.
That's right. One more day of this show, but we have the big event coming up in the fall.
Yeah, the big event is going to be in the fall, Las Vegas. Caesars Forum, again, we've been there for the last few years. We're going to be at Harrah's at the hotel, and we're very excited about that. The floor plan has been put up, and it's about half filled already. That's not a sales presentation. People are kind of really excited about that event, as are we.
Well, I was talking to Scott earlier.
Yep.
And from BMP Media also.
Yep.
And we were talking about the size of the show in Vegas.
Yeah.
And I made a suggestion to him because he was always looking for suggestions. Hey, anything that would help? I said, yeah, sure. Why don't you open up the Segway concession stand? Because the amount of walking, it's just massive, the place.
It's getting from the hotel to the Caesars Forum is a lot. We here. What's nice about this here is we're literally a 5-minute walk to our hotel rooms and back.
Yeah.
There, you really got to think, oh man, I forgot I left my card there. Do I really want to go all the way back there? Waste an hour coming back and forth.
Well, we're making fun of it, but I mean, it's got to be that big to accommodate that many people that go to the show.
Well, that whole city is like that, isn't it? Though you hear the stories of people saying, "Oh, there it is, they're right over there," and you're walking for an hour and a half, and you're still not there yet. But they've treated us very well. What we're doing this year, for those who went last year, we kind of turned the floor plan on its side. Mm-hmm. Those who went to the event, they know that there's a huge video screen coming down the escalator. That's where the shore floor is going to be. The opening is going to be there this year on the side. The reason for that not only is easier to get in that way, but we can put the conference rooms a lot closer. The conference rooms were a long walk last year. Remember that?
Yes.
So they'll be a lot closer and a lot more condensed, away from those drone people.
Are they going to be
back
the same time? Because half of them were in our training rooms that we were doing.
And you know what? There's some. It was nice to see some crossover. And they learned from you, and they learned from things, and that was great.
There was a lot of crossover. I mean, we were scanning badges. It's like none of these would scan. We looked. Oh, you're here for the drone convention,
right. But so we're friends with our partners down the street.
Well,
a little bit.
It worked out, and you know what? It does expose a whole different industry to what we do. And truthfully, a lot of people in our industry are using drones now.
Yeah.
So there's crossover in both directions.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with new technology and utilizing it. And they certainly are. And you're right. It crosses over. IAQ and what you're specializing in these days. Everybody should be talking about that.
Yeah.
And we're happy to have our little niche of it in our show. So we're happy.
Yeah, that pesky thing about breathing.
we talked about that. Yeah, if only you didn't have to breathe, it wouldn't be a big deal.
Right. Just so much easier, in your daily lives. So anything else expected to happen here in the next day or so? Any surprises?
No surprises. I was so happy. Lisa Lavender, Barry Costa did a wonderful job on our restoration pavilion. Also, Mr. Manis and Sean Bissiano have done a great job with the cleaning pavilion. I'm so impressed with the professionals and they've done. They've kind of. This was a transitional show. Everybody knows it,
right?
And they just grabbed the wheel and took it. And I'm so happy with my team for fighting through this. And I think the people who are here are having a great time. We're excited.
Well, that's the one thing about this show that's different than all the other shows that are out there. I mean, you don't come to this show like it's a home show where you're coming here to sell stuff.
Right.
You're coming here to meet people
Yeah.
and form relationships and alliances with other people in this industry.
Yeah. You form relationships, but more than that, it's hands-on. The hands-on things we're doing, those pavilions. Today's session, I mean, Wednesday and Friday, day 1 and day 3 are traditional agenda sessions you're used to.
Right.
Today, Thursday, it's all hands-on training, a lot of carpet and rug cleaning. It was just a great day of learning. And I think people know that. We all know what a traditional event is like. And there's nothing wrong with that, but that's what separates us from everybody else. No one does this like we do. You come, if you want to learn, you come here.
Yeah.
You get your hands dirty and learn and figure your craft. Coming out of Vegas last year, I guess I'm not surprised at this, but we found that 85% of the attendees of that event were from a company of less than 50 people, which is not a big surprise when you think about it, but it made me change my thinking. I'm like, holy cow, if we could probably make that 20 people or less. These are all small business owners trying to grow their business, but either by learning how to do things better or business management. And we tailored our messaging this to them. And I think it's gone okay. I think so.
And it works. I mean, this morning because we had 3 sessions this morning about building containment.
Yep.
And air scrubbing and setting up lay flat and all those different hands-on skills that a lot of people that were there never did before.
Right.
A few of them, unfortunately, we said, anybody ever do this? And guy raised, a volunteer, come on down. T7 raised his hand.
Well, isn't that what the old thing when you volunteer and everybody just steps back?
Steps back.
Yeah. Right.
That's kind of what happened. There were too many people though to step back. So, but it worked out. And, we built containment. It was short sessions, but we were able to demonstrate all the different things we wanted to.
Right.
And we had people afterwards just staying there asking us questions and coming to our booths and stuff. And yeah, it's all good.
It is good. And thank you and Doug and Normie for being such great sponsors of our events. I don't know if we could do this without you. And because
you could, but not as well.
I could, but in all seriousness, we'd be missing the knowledge you bring. That's the point. And we're going to be a part of this event forever, as long as I'm a part of it.
All right. Well, I thank you for taking the time. I know you got a thousand things going on here.
No.
So, not at all. Oh, okay. So we got another hour or so to go.
Complain for something else, but that's okay. I'm happy I have thick skin. We'll be okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
It's been a pleasure, sir.
Thanks, Lance.
And I'm looking forward to seeing you out in Vegas.
Yeah, we're gonna have a good time.
Absolutely.
Hey, everybody. This is Mike Balzano, publisher of R&R and the Experience Events. Welcome to Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. This is episode 14. And we have a really, really special guest this week, a gentleman I met about a year ago, and he's one of the more classy people in this industry. He's got another long intro coming because he's done a lot. He's a certified mold assessor, certified mold remediator. He's a Class A general contractor, master plumbing contractor, master roofing contractor. More importantly, he's a husband, father of 3, a multiple-time grandfather, published songwriter, which I really want to talk to him about in a little bit, speaker, a published author. Definitely proud man of God. We've learned that, a motivator, and the God is most important, obviously. But for this conversation, the most important thing is he's the executive director of Normie. Please welcome Mr. Doug Hoffman. Hi, Doug.
Thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate this. This is going to be really enjoyable. I always enjoy talking with you, and especially talking about the experience.
Well, Normie's been a big part of the experience for a long time. You're one of our biggest sponsors, if not the. And you've been so instrumental to help me get my feet wet in this now as we're heading towards Chattanooga. So I thank you.
Well, it's mutual, I'm sure.
A lot of times we start from the beginning, as people say in these. And now I noticed you've had a lot of accreditations in Florida, but you live now in Louisiana.
Yeah.
What were you born in Florida or no?
I wasn't. I was actually born in Ohio, but we moved to Florida when I was 7 years old, and so I grew up in Florida and went to college in Florida, got married in Florida, lived in Florida until about 2002, after we became empty nesters. I had actually started an indoor air quality business, and it actually kind of almost went national pretty quickly in 1995. So in 2002, we were looking for a place to move out of Florida, had considered a couple of different places, but had quite a bit of business in Louisiana. And so we decided that we would actually sell our house. We had an apartment in Louisiana and we had an apartment on the beach in Florida. And for 3 years, we traveled back and forth. 3 weeks here, 2 weeks there, 3 weeks there, 2 weeks here. And we did that for 3 years until I finally built my house in 2005 and settled here. Love it. The culture's fantastic. The food is phenomenal. Got a great church family. Easy to get in and out of in the central part of the country for travel. So that's how we got to Louisiana.
That's interesting. And I know I saw a really funny quote you quoted on one of your websites saying you're in the heart of SEC country your whole life, but you don't really care about sports. You want to do everything but that.
I know. So I had somebody tell me not long ago, Mike, he said, man, you must be a wife's dream. You don't hunt, you don't fish, you don't love sports. What do you do? So,
well, I'll tell you what you do, and I'm going to jump around a little bit, but since you mentioned that, I love the fact that you not only have you written a very famous book we'll get into later within the industry, but you're a songwriter. You've got a bunch of published songs.
Yeah. I in my spare time, and I mean this as humbly as I can, I just really enjoy studying the Bible and teaching the Bible. And so, since I was probably in my 20s. I serve now as a pastor of a congregation here in the Louisiana area, and I do a lot of teaching, a lot of studying, and I actually started writing songs in 1983, 84, and have some published. And so, yeah, it's kind of fun.
I've learned so much. This is the 14th episode here of this show, and every week I learn so much about this industry, man. You peel the onion back a little bit. There's so many interesting people, and Michael Pinto we had on a while back. He's an ordained minister as well, and Mrs. Lavender owned an Arena Football League team and things like that. And it's just fascinating to get to know the people outside of our industry and what they're doing. You're certainly no different.
The fun thing about this to me is, and I think when you look at the base of this, what really drives a lot of the guys in this industry, certainly the ones that I'm associated with, is their passion for helping people. And I really believe that comes from God. And I think that the interesting is that the money follows, obviously, and that's nice. You have a nice living. But the point is that think about all the people that you help every single day. And to me, that's the real pleasure of what we do.
Boy, Doug, all 13 people I've spoken to before you echoed that. And I used to ask that question. I stopped asking it because it was the same thing. I got into this industry to help people. And it's just not only beautiful, as I've said, if that's your why and to do something, you're going to be successful, period.
Yeah.
Exactly right. I think that's great.
Well, that's exactly right. And that's fun. That's the fun part, isn't it? It's hearing the stories about people who are living better lives because of something that you helped them with.
Yeah, indeed. Now you started a long time ago as a contractor and business owner, about 40 years ago, right?
Yeah, I did.
We touched on that a little bit, but can you go on that journey on the business side?
Yeah, so it's funny because my dad was a plumber. He wasn't a plumbing contractor, but he was a plumber, worked every day hard, just like a normal trades guy would. And when I was 13, he said, I'm going to teach you the plumbing trade. You may never use it, but you will never go hungry. And so over the summers, I would work with him doing rough ends and setting pipe and setting fixtures. And I just learned the plumbing trade. So that's what I did when I was a kid. And then, of course, after I went to college, I thought I wanted to go into sales or something else. I did that for several years. And when my third child was born, I decided, you know what? I think I'd like to get back into the construction industry. Mm-hmm. So to my wife's chagrin, Mike, I became a plumber's helper, became a journeyman, and then got my contractor's license, and then then from there I started building homes. So got back into the construction industry. So yeah, been doing that a long time.
Well, I ran through all of your accreditations at the start, and you definitely have the entire gamut of the industry covered. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with what you did. And you said your wife's chagrin, but we talked about with a couple other people about just there's still a skilled worker shortage, and people all want to go to college, and that's fine. I did that too, but boy, there's nothing wrong with going that route, and you could do pretty well, and it's helpful. So
well, my wife's chagrin was mostly based on the fact that my salary was cut by 2/3. Plumbers helpers don't make a lot of money,
but she got to know our mortgage company very well.
they're like that. But you again, you stayed the course, and now everything's going great. After
it is, and it gave me such a great foundation. We always talk about the difference between us and the IICRC. We've got a great relationship with them, of course, but they really come from the water restoration side, which is great. We need that. If somebody has a water event, they got to deal with it, dry it out, worry about the mold. We come from the building science side. And because we come from the building science side, the only people who need our solutions are people who breathe, because now we're talking about relative humidity issues. We're talking about air infiltration issues. We're talking about a lot of things that people have issues with, regardless of whether they've ever had a water event or not. So I think we do kind of fill in the gaps in some ways for the industry.
I think that's a great tagline. I've heard your friend Lance was on here a couple of weeks ago too, and we're not that important unless, of course, you breathe. Then we might be kind of important to you. Hey, when did you start working with Normie, by the way?
Well, actually, I created Normie in 2004. In 2003, I had gotten a call. I was living in Louisiana back and forth, but I'd gotten a call from the contractors board in Louisiana in 2003, Mr. Moreau, and he said, listen, I read your book. He said, you obviously know something about mold. We're putting a licensing law in place. Will you come work for the state and teach on the licensing law? And I said, thank you very much. No. I've been self-unemployed all of my life. So if you'll allow us to create a trade association where we can actually support these guys in the field, then we'll do it that way. So that's how we formed Normie in July of 2004, to support the Louisiana licensing law, but primarily to support the guys in the industry. And since then, every month we're doing free continuing education training for our guys.
And I do a little research on that. That was a big miss by me that you created that. That's very impressive, and I apologize. But now speaking of the book was Mold Free Construction. And what drove you to write a book about that, though?
So no offense to any builders, but what I learned when I was a builder was that a builder will do anything that you are willing to pay for. But for the most part, they're not. In most cases, a builder is not going to build the best house he can possibly build in regards to mold free or reducing the possibility of microbial growth. And so what I did was I decided to write this book for homeowners. And so it's a step-by-step process. If you were building a house, starting from the way the house is laid out, with the foundation, the exterior, the interior, all of that, how do you build a house that would be microbial or mold free? And of course, that doesn't mean there won't ever be any mold in it. The idea is that how do you seal it up with reducing the air infiltration issues, reducing the moisture intrusion issues, taking care of making sure that you're doing the best you can from an indoor air quality standpoint. And so it's basically a checklist type book, chapter by chapter. It leads to the end of the book, which is a checklist that they can then go to their contractor and they say, this is the house I want to build. And then when he says, okay, this is going to cost you X number of dollars, then you can make the decision as to whether you want to do it or not. But it's obviously would be building way above minimum code or minimum standards. So that was the impetus. That's what got me excited about writing the book, was being able to address homeowners, people that were interested in building a home.
And in media and content, especially, we have a term called evergreen content, which means that you could write it and it doesn't have time specific. And the fact that you get the second version of this out in 2018 tells me that it holds the test of time. What you wrote in 2004, right?
Yeah, it's amazing. I think the first draft I did in interesting story there, Mike, but the first draft I did in 1998, I decided it had 13 chapters. I was going to write a chapter a week. That was my goal, was to get it done in 13 weeks. and I did. I was able to meet that goal. But then what's interesting, because you're right, once I got it finished, the final version didn't really need any revisions until about 2016. I wanted to add a section on insulation, because there have been so many questions about spray foam insulation and non-vented crawl spaces and so forth. So I added that chapter and then did a few other revisions. But yeah, it has stood the test of time. And the interesting thing about it to me is that it's been incredibly helpful for remediation contractors because it's not just for somebody that's building a house. It's if I were going to put something back, pour it out, and then going to put it back, if the way it was built initially was the reason for the problem, then I certainly need to put it back in the right way and fix those problems. So a lot of remediation contractors use it as kind of a guideline for repairs as well, and room additions and those sorts of things.
That's incredible. That's great. That's great. And like I said, the whole stands the test of time, and people are still using it today. And I found out today is the impetus for somebody approaching you launching Normie way back when. These days, I know Normie specifically for IAQ, and only because we've done, we're proud sponsors of Normie TV this year, the experiences and things like that. Boy, this is a silly question. Why is IAQ important these days? I sent that to you. I'm like, I know it sounds silly, but let's talk about it.
Well, I tell you the thing that's the most exciting thing to me about where we're headed is back in the probably 2006 or 7, when we first started talking. Of course, we put mold in the context of indoor air quality because you can use mold as a surrogate basically for other indoor air quality issues. You fix mold problems, you're fixing indoor air quality issues. But what was interesting was back then in 2006 or 7, the small percentage of the population was what was considered environmentally sensitive. And yet today that population has grown to between 20 and 25% have the potential to be environmentally sensitive. Michael probably talked about that, Pinto, a lot. So all of a sudden now people are talking about mycotoxins. And a lot of those can become airborne, biotoxins, endotoxins, a lot of those sorts of things. So I wrote an article several years ago about, it was called Look Up. And if you want to know what's on your surfaces in terms of quote unquote dust, look at the supply registers. I was in a restaurant this last week and I looked up and I said, Neva, my wife, don't look at the supply register. It was just filthy, and stuff that's in the air is dropping down, on our surfaces. We don't think about that the stuff that's on the surfaces also becomes airborne. And since so much of our nutrition comes from the air we breathe, I think it's probably one of the more important things that we can do to address our health.
I think, and we all, I think I said earlier, it's dangerous to say we can all agree on something these days because it's rarely you could say that. But after the pandemic, I think we could all agree that, we're all wiping off surfaces, and that had its importance. Really, what we learned was the problem was in the air, correct? And all the problems going through the air. And Normie's does a great job at educating people on this.
I talked to somebody the other day about this, Mike, somebody that I'm actually doing an assessment for. And it was interesting because they had never thought about this. They talk about viruses and how long they can actually stay in the air. And you remember that there was that whole discussion with COVID. How long will it actually stay in the air if you sneeze? And what wasn't considered is what about all those little submicron particles that are floating around in the air that you can't see? And what happens if you sneeze and a particle of the virus gets on that little particle that you can't see? Now it's on a surface and it's floating around. How long is that going to stay suspended in the air? So I think when you really get down into the nitty gritty of air quality, there are so many aspects of it that you can address and you can improve the environment. And that is going to have an effect in most cases on our health and the way we feel.
It's a topic that is at the forefront of, really should be the forefront of everyone, scientifically or not, in society these days, keeping everything clean, protecting the ductwork. I spent a long time with a magazine called Snips, which dealt with ductwork, and IAQ is a big deal. So I have a little head start. I don't know what you know, but I had a little head start on this. And
you do.
Hey, by the way, good time to mention that we're going to be heading to Chattanooga in about just a little bit. The next experience is going to be April 3rd through the 5th at the Chattanooga Convention Center. Get your tickets. There's plenty of spaces. We have booths available, and you certainly can come even the last minute to attend. We have a great agenda. I'm really proud of the agenda, led by you, sir, and Lance and Mr. Pinto and everything. We're so happy. You're gonna see, I think about 5 or 6 sessions from various people in Normie. Hands-on.
Yeah, and we've got a one day that's virtually the whole day is hands-on session. We're
Yep.
going to build some containment, do some negative pressure, talk about air washing. A lot of guys don't talk about air washing. They don't really understand how that works. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about utilizing our PRV 24K, which is a sanitization equipment that can be used during the air scrubbing process. So it's a fun time to be able to talk about a lot and demo a lot of different new ideas.
How long have you been? I know you've worked with Larry for a long time as well. How long? When was the first experience you attended? Do you remember or no?
I do remember. In fact, I was invited to attend by Larry because he was actually forced, he says, to invite me. He didn't know who I was. And,
okay.
And so anyway, I was invited to the Atlanta show in the spring, and I went to the Atlanta show, and we sat down and started talking, and we really hit it off. It was like he understood where we were coming from, that we were coming from a different side of the industry. He was very familiar with the ICRC, but didn't know us. And really from that point on, we just kind of became friends. And so that's how that relationship started.
Yeah, and you've been a big part of it ever since. Any good, that'd be funny. Any good stories you remember from your time at the experience, things that happened, experiences?
Well, well, they're all unique. Every time it's unique. I think one of the things that I've said over and over again to our team with our members, and like I said, we meet with them every week or every other week now with our continuing education training, and we tell them, if you're going to go to one conference, industry conference, this is the one you need to go to. And the reason you need to go to is because we have fun there, but more importantly, you actually do get to experience what it's like to hold the equipment, what it's like to actually use the equipment, get to know people that you really need to know in the industry. I think the networking side of this is huge. And I'll tell you, one of the things that's been exciting to me is that I think we're able to bring to the table, and I don't want to take full credit for this, but as you know, the industry, the mold industry, is split into two professions, into the remediation side, which is the trade side of it, and the assessment side, which has traditionally been the industrial hygienist side of it. And now, of course, there's whole licensing for the certified mold assessor. So you've got the assessment side and the remediation side. And I think we were able to at least be instrumental in bringing the assessment side to the experience. And that I think it fills a gap in the industry, because even remediators and restoration contractors need to know how to do assessments. And so that's one of the things that I think we're going to be able to talk a lot about at the experience coming up in Chattanooga.
No, that's great. And as I said before, you're going to be on stage a lot, and I'm very proud of that, because we need to make sure we keep this going. One thing that was hammered into my head as we made the transition to BNP Media owning these events was hands-on. And to your point, fun, family, but hands-on especially. This event in spring is different from the fall, because in the fall, it's a traditional 3 days of agenda that you go to most conferences you attend or expos. The middle day here is all going to be extra hands-on. We have the restoration pavilion, the cleaning pavilion, and a whole day of hands-on. So get down there, and we're very proud of, like I said, we're very proud of the agenda, and you're going to learn something if you come to our event. You're going to have some fun. What in your opinion, outside of the hands-on, why should people make the way to Chattanooga?
Well, I think the thing that I really think is probably the most valuable thing is just the face-to-face contact. You know, we live in a text world and an email world, and I just, frankly, I know I'm going to sound really old, but I just don't think there's anything like an eye-to-eye, shake the hands, talk to the guy. Typically, any kind of strategic alliances we set up, I will absolutely not do that unless I've actually met the person, had dinner with the person, you know, and I think that's the thing to me that is the biggest draw to an event like this. And in Chattanooga, it's so easy to get to. I mean, it's a great location because I mean, I don't know the way the population sets in the country, but I know for us, it's incredibly easy to get to. And to me, that is probably one of the biggest benefits, Mike, is being able to sit down eye to eye and talk to the people that you want to do business with.
No, I've told sales reps who I've been managing for many years that, you know what, nothing bad ever comes from making a client call and seeing your client face to face. They may not sign a contract that day or do business, but you've furthered the relationship, and that's so important. And that's just on a sales standpoint, but what you said is even more important in life. Just you need to just, I hate to keep mentioning that darn pandemic, but I mean, I think we learned that too. I mean, we gotta be safe. I can understand. I'm not saying don't be safe, but being alone for too long isn't good for anybody. We need to be together. That's where not just the experience, that's where all conferences and expos come in handy.
Absolutely. And like I said, it's so convenient and easy to get to and affordable. You guys have made this thing very affordable.
It's it really, it's not so bad. We have a lot of good things coming up. We're doing these Shaw tours. For those who don't know, 75 people are going to get to tour Shaw plant on April 2nd, the day before. There's still some tickets available. So definitely go to rnrmagonline.com and sign up for that. Sign up for the show, then sign up for that. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And again, I can't say enough how happy we are to be partners with you and Lance and Michael, Dr. Michael and Normie.
Well, I thank you for the effort you guys put in this. I know there's a tremendous amount of work behind the scenes. There's a lot that we see, but I know there's a whole lot we don't see. And I just appreciate you guys continuing the tradition, because I love this show. Like I said, it is the one that we want to be involved in every year.
Excellent. Well, that's a good place to stop, I would say. So please make plans to attend the experience April 3rd to the 5th in lovely Chattanooga, Tennessee. You can register through our website, rnrmagonline.com. You can find this and all R&R videos and podcasts on YouTube, Apple, and Spotify. Please follow us if you haven't already, and feel free to leave a quick review. We'd love to hear from you. And also, please follow us on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. A very special guest to our very special thank you, excuse me, to our guest today, Mr. Doug Hoffman. This is Trade Talks, Unlocking the Experience. Thank you for joining us. We look forward to seeing you again next week.
So I'm talking today with Chad Adams from Pure Maintenance, and I want to welcome you to this interview that we're doing here right now, and ask you just briefly if you could tell us where you are located. You know, I'm not quite sure. I've talked to people all over the country from our NCRSI class, and I don't remember where you're from.
Yeah, actually, Birmingham, Alabama.
What's the name of the company there?
Pure Maintenance of Alabama.
Okay. That's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure. So the reason we're talking is you recently went through our NCRSI class, correct? The Normie certified class for sensitized individuals, for remediators, actually, for sensitized individuals.
Yes, sir.
And we're kind of looking for your take on it. You know, has it influenced you in any way, like where it's kind of changed your business model since you've had that class?
Yeah, well, so we have added some things that we didn't have before, tightening up on our standards and our care practices, and really transferring ownership of those standards of care from what we believe to be true to actually what the governing agency believes to be true, in this case, Normie.
Oh, okay. Well, have you dealt with sensitized individuals prior to this class?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, completely different set of rules, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not traditional remediation anymore.
So if you could pinpoint just a few things that stand out in your mind from the class that really your takeaway that you didn't know before or that you didn't realize you had to deal with before, that would be really helpful to hear.
I think the main thing that we have tightened up on is the whole home cleaning part, using what we call in the class the HEPA pizza technique, right? So making sure that we're wiping down properly, using the correct microfiber rags and everything that came in the class was kind of the piece that we probably had missing, that we've added and made some standards and procedures from.
Well, and that makes sense. A lot of people don't realize the detail that you really need to get into dealing with sensitized individuals. So I'm glad you were able to take that away from there. As far as support and resources. I know that the class is filled with that. They talk about it constantly. Michael Pinto, Doug Hoffman, about the different resources and things are there. Did you notice any stuff that we were able to provide you weren't aware of or didn't have previously?
Well, we got a whole host of documents dumped on us that are going to be good reading going forward. So yeah, absolutely, we got supplied a lot of good things that we didn't have before. Some of them, like the normie, the sanitization practices. I think there's like 36 of them. You know, all of those resources were great to have.
Well, at least you didn't describe it as a truck backing up with the backup alarm about to dump it on you.
It was a lot. It was a lot. It was good stuff.
We've heard people talk about that because there is so much information that even though they've been in this industry for so many years, it's a new aspect of the industry. You know, the sensitized group is very, very different than what they're used to.
That's right.
So who do you think should take a class like this? I mean, you've obviously gone through it, but who in the industry that you're familiar with, you know, would this help?
Well, I would say that anybody that's in the mold remediation sector will run into a sensitized individual, whether the individual knows it or not. I think almost any mold remediation job needs to be treated as a sensitized individual job. Mold in any level and any category is not good for the human body. So I would say anybody in the mold remediation sector needs to think about tightening up on their standards of care.
Have you found any training like this from any other organizations or groups?
No.
Kind of like puts us on the leading edge, you think?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, welcome to the edge.
Yeah, thanks.
No, and you know what, you have to kind of talk about it that way because it is dealing with an extreme group that really needs more intensive handling.
Well, the clinical side has preceded the remediation side, right? So the clinical side, Dr. Shoemaker and all the protocols that have come up with that, especially some of his latest work with sensitized individuals as it relates to actinomyces and that sort of thing, have preceded us, and it's time for the remediation world to catch up.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I know you're in a group, an organization of a lot of different people. I mean, would you recommend it to them to get involved with this type of training?
Yeah. So particularly, you know, the organization that I'm with, Pure Maintenance, our primary customer is the sensitized individual. We don't chase or really focus in on water damage. Some of the guys do, but as a whole, the organization really focuses on the health aspects, not the water mitigation, bulk water intrusion type side of it.
Well, that's been kind of like the missing piece that, you know, the medical profession's been dealing with. They're treating symptoms, but not addressing the cause. We address the cause, but not the symptoms. And putting this together makes a big difference.
That's right.
So, all right. Well, it sounds like it was a thumbs up from you on that class.
Yeah, man.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time, and we'll have to chat again.
All right. Thanks, Lance.
Thank you.
And hello, everybody. We are back again at the Experience Trade Show in Tennessee. And I am sitting here with Jeff Cross, who is the media director for ISSA and all of their magazine publications.
Correct, Lance. We have 3 media brands: ISSA Today magazine for our members, Cleaning and Maintenance Management for facility cleaning and building service contracting professionals, and CleanFacts for on-location floor cleaning and restoration, which is exactly what this trade show is all about.
Well, I know CleanFacts because that's something we encourage all the students and everything that go to our classes to sign up for. And I believe it's a free publication for them.
It is a free publication to qualified or industry professionals. And I do get those subscription forms from you guys. So thank you for that. It seems like there's a lot of normie members that want to receive educational content.
Well, we teach about the remediation industry as far as assessment and remediation, but the whole cleaning side is all part of it, the sanitization. So it's a natural fit.
It is. So CleanFacts is a dual publication in a way. We service those that are involved in the cleaning industry, that side of it, and the other half is restoration. So, and they both cross borders, right? A lot of cleaning companies do restoration companies do cleaning. Almost every time I talk to a restoration company, it seems like they came from a cleaning background.
You might need to keep the mic up because everybody
It's loud here.
decided to talk now.
That's okay. Pay attention to this one, everyone. This is the one.
That's absolutely everybody. Yeah. Normie Booth right here. We're good. And we got CleanFacts with us, Jeff Cross. I mean, this is it. And the funny part is I do interviews of you, and then different times of year, you're interviewing me.
Yeah. I mean, we're all interesting people, Lance, right?
Is that what that is?
It is. It is. This industry is great. Everyone you talk to has a story to tell, a unique experience to share. So yeah, and that's what I like about coming to these things. I've never missed an experience event or a connections, which is what it was before. And every time I come, it's about the networking, the talking to people, seeing old friends, catching up, and doing interviews at the Normie booth. That's the highlight of my
That's
visit.
it. Yeah. Well, we've only been doing that for a few years, so I don't know what you did all the other years.
This is my second one. I know that.
Yes, it is.
At least.
Yeah, but you mentioned about the people that come to this show. This is a different group of people that come to this show. These people they're like really passionate about this industry. And they come because they want to see the new stuff. They want to touch it and play with it. And that's what the experience is about.
True. I agree with that. And I think everyone here is special. They come for the equipment. They come for what the exhibitors have to offer. But again, to default back to one thing I value is the networking. You never see someone really sitting off by themselves, bored. They're talking to people. They're hanging out. There's the meals. There's the dinners afterwards. So it's just a good experience, as what it's called.
And it was an appropriate name. But ISSA has a show also coming up, don't they?
We do every November. It's in Vegas the last few years. I think we're going to keep it in Vegas for a while. Everyone loves to go to Vegas. So it's a big trade show. 15, 16, 17,000 people come to it. Every year is a little bit different, but it caters to everyone in the cleaning industry. And we get people from all around the world who fly in for that. So it's a heavy lift to put that on. Informa is our partner in that, but it's the ISSA show. ISSAshow.com is the website for that. So anyone who wants to come to that, you'll be definitely impressed with everything that is going on at the ISSA show.
Well, I've been to quite a few of
Yes.
them, and they are impressive. Just the size alone and the activity that goes on there. And again, it's about meeting people. All of these different shows, whether they're really crowded or not, you only need that one person to meet to change the complexion of your business.
Exactly. I've talked to a few people at this show and at ISSA show as well. And I asked them, what makes it worth coming to a trade show as an exhibitor? And they find that they're going to talk, they're going to have quality conversations. They're going to land some clients. They're not going to have all those touch points they might have with phone call marketing. They're going to talk to them. They're going to have business made right there. And that's the value. So you might not land a whole bunch of clients. Maybe you will, but you're going to get some really good ones that matter.
I found from all the years that I've been going to these types of shows, the people that almost look a little disappointed are the ones that take a booth and think it's a home show. They're here to sell their wares. And that's, people will buy stuff here, but that's not really the purpose of these shows.
No, it's about networking and making those connections. Yeah, if you stand back in your booth and you have stuff sitting out there, there's value to that, but you need to engage and have those conversations. Bring them into your booth, have them sit down, have those conversations that lead to the business that you want. Doesn't happen right there. You've made that connection. There's a follow-up.
In front of our booth, you can't see it. There's a bunch of tables where they have set out. So when they bring food out, people have a place to sit and talk and eat. And that's the part where you sit down and some say, is this chair taking? No, sit down. And you're there for an hour talking because now you found something in common, how your business works with theirs. And that's, to me, the value of this.
Agreed. I've never walked up to a table where there's a whole bunch of people and there's one seat where you weren't welcome to join. And they might all be together, one company or a family business. But, it's a family in itself. An industry can be fragmented or it can be together and as a family. And that's how I think the cleaning and restoration industries are. They're family. Everyone is in it together. You do meet some who are direct competitors with each other,
Right.
but I don't see any problem with that. I think everyone here agrees with that. There's plenty of work to go around. We can help each other and we can help the industry.
Absolutely. So if somebody wanted to get in touch with your magazine or get a copy, where would they go?
So the best, easiest way is go to issa.com/media. That will lead you to everything we do in media. Our magazines, our webinars, we do video productions, have a program called Straight Talk, Take 5 with Clean Facts. So everything is in that portal, issa.com/media. Or if you want to go to CleanFacts, it's cleanfacts.com. That's the publication specifically for this industry. But all of our brands fit a place in every business when you think about all the things that we do in the cleaning industry.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you taking the time. I know you've been doing some interviews walking around here. I just saw you shooting an interview while I was watching you before you came over here to do your interview. So
we're all busy.
Yes,
It's
we
good.
are.
It's good.
Yes, we are. I thank you, sir.
Thank
Look
you.
forward to seeing you at the next show.
All right. We'll see you there.
Take care.
Welcome everybody to today's episode, Fire More Than Flames and Smoke. And this is a multi-part series being offered by Normie.tv. It's also available on numerous other platforms, and you can find that at normie.org. I want to welcome today's guest, Dr. Gavin McGregor Skinner, who is the Senior Director from ISSA, and he is also a senior leader in the GBAC organization, which is the Global Biorisk Advisory Council. Gavin, say hello.
Yeah, hi, Lance. How are you today?
Good. And if I missed on the actual titles, please correct me and fill us in a little bit more about your background.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, Lance. So I work for ISSA, the Worldwide Cleaning Industry Association, and I manage the team with the Global Biorisk Advisory Council, which is a division of ISSA. I'm also an associate professor, Lance, at the Penn State College of Medicine. I've been working with Penn State since 2011. I teach 3 graduate courses, 3 15-week courses on biological risk management.
Well, that is exactly what we need to be talking about today. And with that, I want to bring up an image real quick. So I want to talk about short-term health effects for people exposed to the wildfires that have drifted down here into the U.S. and the central and the eastern coast. And these images I want to show you are what took place over a 3 to 4 day period. Now, this was, I can tell you, here in New Jersey, because I took the pictures myself, but this was mid-afternoon, and it looks like sunset. So give me a moment, and I'll bring this up on the screen so everybody can see what we're actually talking about, especially if you didn't get the opportunity to experience this. Are you able to see the images?
Yes, I can, Lance.
Well, as you can see, these are sunset looking type of images in the middle of the day with no clouds. Extremely thick smoke conditions. And this smoke was coming from probably up to 1,000 miles away up in Canada, all the way down to the coastal area of New Jersey. Now, from the reports and everything we got, it was even worse through the state of New York, Pennsylvania, which is closer to the Canadian border. So as far as health effects go, and I do want to mention one other thing. You've seen these images. I want to show you something graphical that we can then talk about. This was graphical data that I captured outside my home, actually, over a week period. You can see leading up to where the spiking started on the graph that the outside levels of particulates and volatile organic compounds, VOCs, or the chemistries in the air are very low. And then you could see it all of a sudden started to spike on the first day, and then it was kind of an up and down to where it got really bad by the third day. And then after that,